Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to the live coverage of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. We are now in Jaipur playing the Ramba Golf Club. You're watching the third round of the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. Got a lot of good action going on this week. We have Amrit Lal, who's leading the way at 12 under par, followed closely by Akshay Sharma, who's a two-time winner on the tour at 10 under par, and Abhijit Singh Chadda at third position, currently at 9 under par. So you've got a good number of players here within one shot of one another. So be sure to find yourself a lot of drama on the golf course going over the next two rounds. Here with the round one highlights here. There we have Arjun coming up short of the green. Windy days out here in Jaipur. Arjun Puri running that one up to the green, playing a bump and run shot. Akshay Sharma playing his customary fade shot, really using the fairways and running that ball that will land up into the fairway bunker. Akshay, who's also won a feeder tour tournament in Jaipur earlier at this venue a couple of years back. Amrit Lal was leading the way at 12 under, a round of 63 yesterday. Amrit Lal coming up close there for birdie. There we have on the second hole, the par 3. Going alongside Jamal Hussain Mola from Bangladesh. Lefty Arjun Prasad on our screens. Coming up with his approach shot. Buddy. Abhijit Singh Chadda has been riding up a good form for the last year or so on the sixth hole. I would miss that one shape par there. And the birdie he did yesterday was on the 16th hole. Arjun Patel on the 4th. It's round number 2. Highlights coming up on our screens. Arjun Patel with scores of 64 and 68. 68 on the second round that we're seeing right now. Out with a flop shot.
Excellent shot game straight.
Easily. Hole number 2 in par 3. We have Marimuthu from Bangalore. Chip from the back of the green. Aggressive nature, always getting it past the hole. Rest assured that he can show you both the sides of the game. Abhijit Singh Chadda on the 16th. Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh. A lovely chip there. Or a stroke of luck or a stroke of bad luck. Either way. Depending on how how you scored last half for the half ending. So we have Amrit Lal, our leader. With a solid putt there, very aggressive. Solid shot there. And also Jamal Hussain Mona from Bangladesh. Jamal is currently at a score of 4 on the par with a pair of 68. As we get back here to the live action from the Jaipur Open, we are in the Pink City at the Rambagh Golf Club. I am your host Rahul Bajaj alongside my co-host Shaurya Singh.
So how do you feel this morning, Rahul?
I feel pretty good. I think I can make a couple of birdies out there.
It's raining here in our studios, close to it, but the weather, no such inclement weather in Jaipur, seems perfect.
Well, yes, absolutely. It's a good time of the year. Wind is picking up though, so that's going to be one of the challenges on the golf course. But other than that, I think players are having no trouble in making birdies, unlike last week's venue, which was very difficult for players to sort of get through.
I see a new name on top of the leaderboard. I think this is the first time we're seeing Amrit leading the proceedings at the halfway mark. Impressive play by him, and obviously being chased by a host of experienced players of the likes of Akshay Sharma, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Anshul Patel as well, doing well. Mari Mathuar finally using that power to good purpose and being 8 under after 2 days. Ajay Besoya, he's somebody who we've rarely ever seen in the top 5.
The good thing is that Jaipur is a kind of golf course which, it does not really require big hitting, but of course it can be used as an advantage if you are one of the big hitters. It really levels out the playing field. Players can also make a lot of birdies with their wedges, with their putters, and that's what makes this week even more interesting.
I quite like that, to see new names on top of the leaderboard. You want everybody to be able to give it a run, and doing that, they definitely are at this time. Look at some of the notable scores over the first 2 days. We have Dhruv Sharon at 7 under par, Harinder Gupta at 6 under par, who we saw recently do pretty well last week. You have Shankar Das at 5 under par, Pukhraj Singh Gill at 4 under par, Mani Ram at 3 under par. Mani Ram is somebody who's always impresses me with his game and his consistency. And this might be the kind of golf course that he could get to double-digit under par.
Absolutely. In fact, Mani Ram has shown us that he can even play on longer golf courses, not only a traditional golf course, and that really goes to show what kind of a game he possesses. And I think he's really aging like fine wine, isn't he?
Absolutely. Getting better with the years.
Amrit Lal, incidentally, has had his best finish just last week in Jammu at a tie for 12th position, but we have seen a little bit of him. He's a rookie on tour. Incidentally, all the 3 players on the top of this leaderboard after the first 2 days are all from Chandigarh. Amrit Lal, Akshay Sharma and Abhijit Singh Chadda. In fact, Akshay Sharma has won a feeder tour event here in Jaipur a couple of years back in a playoff after making an eagle. So he could be someone to look out for sure.
The cut, which went at level par, so quite a few notable names not making the cut. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, our winner from the previous week, not making the cut. What are your thoughts on that?
In fact, I was having a conversation with a couple of my friends last night about the same thing, and they were shell shocked to have seen that leaderboard. And I feel that this is just the nature of the game, isn't it? Like one day you could be out there making a ton of birdies, and on a golf course like Jammu, where people were finding it difficult to score, and he was winning the tournament by 9 shots.
Yeah, I found it. I found it tough to believe, unfathomable, to be honest. Like, he was playing so well. This golf course is relatively easy as compared to the previous week. Very generous fairways and short holes, and that just shows you that in golf, nothing is given. Even if you're a champion, you've got to earn it. So
absolutely, I think players have to really sort of refocus again, especially after a win. You're on a high. You could be not looking at a lot of basic stuff, and could sort of end up taking a few things for granted. Having said that, you have to really channelize yourself back again and not let any amount of complacency set in, especially when you've got such a lovely season packed up for you, back-to-back events all the way through September, October, November, and in December.
Maybe you want to say hi to our viewers there.
Oh, hello there.
So it's interesting to see that a champion can. The good thing is obviously that He'll get back the week after that. It gives you an opportunity.
Ajay Besoya, of course, all smiles this morning at the Pink City. Seems like he's having his share of Lal Mas.
You definitely want a pound of flesh from the other players and win this tournament. 7 under par is a really good effort, and I think this is the kind of golf course that would suit Ajay. Who's
Well,
affectionately called Ajju by a lot of his friends.
first hole is a short par 4 here in Jaipur. Players usually go with a tee shot which can land them up somewhere around a 230-yard mark, and thereafter they can get a gap wedge or a pitching wedge into the green. So it's a fairly easy sort of a tee shot where
I think
less
so,
amount of
yeah,
nerves.
there's no stress on this first hole. To be honest, I think it's probably one of the easiest holes on, if not the easiest hole on this golf course. You're hitting an iron. A lot of these players probably hitting a 3-iron, then a pitching wedge or a sandwich. So there's no real challenge to this hole. So they're looking to make birdie on this hole. And the second hole is a little tricky, a par three with the 7-iron or a 6-iron for the shorter players, and you eventually get into the swing of things as we have a look at MD Sanju.
A second shot on this hole, though, is a shot which goes over the trees. So even though it's a wedge shot, it's just that the depth perception does play a slight bit of a part, especially for flag locations towards the center right of the green. Sanju going in with his customary fade, very strong ball striker.
Yeah, he's somebody that puts in a lot of compression there. Look at that view. What a wonderful view right there for our viewers.
Om Prakash Chauhan.
Favors a fade, likes to hit that ball from left to right. Has a very distinct takeaway.
This is the 9:10 tee time. All three players starting at a score of 7 under par.
As we are going back, looking at the scores from the first 2 days, some of the others that didn't quite make it to the weekend, who we were expecting that would be around, the likes of Naman Dawar not making the cut. We have Vikrant Chopra, unfortunately, not having his best days here. Local lad Hemendra Chaudhary also not making the cut. He done pretty well the last time around that we were here. This is his local course, so you can see that it has been difficult to make the cut, obviously at level par. But the usual suspects are still there in the top 10 and thereabouts, and that's what consistency is all about on the PGTI. Dhruv Sharon, getting back to form, has not been having the best of weeks of late, and it's good to see him at 7 under par as well. Gaurav Ghai at 4 under par, really rolling back the years. Karan Tong at 3 under par. Karthik Sharma, the left-handed player, at 2 under par. Arjun Prasad at 2 under par. So a lot of the players sort of carrying on their momentum from the past few weeks.
Amardeep Malik also coming up with a decent 67 yesterday, although 72 on day one. Be at 1 under par for the tournament. Syed Saqib Ahmed also at 3 under par. So lots of good names out there on the golf course, and this is the kind of golf course which can, everyone can be quite aggressive. People can go really low, and those are some lovely golf shots on hole number 3, one of the toughest holes on this golf course.
Yes, the third hole is indeed a difficult one. Players tend to favor the right fairway off the tee, and then maybe get something like a 9-iron or an 8-iron. It's a very small green. And the greens don't hold that well either, so you have to be very precise with your irons. But given the prodigious length that these players are hitting it these days, that's one of the factors that has made this golf course a little easier for these players to navigate.
Lone amateur to make the cut this week is Manu Virat Shekhawat at a score of 69, with scores of 69 and 70, a total of 1 under par for the tournament. He's a local lad. We have Bangladeshis Mohammad Sayyum and Badal Hussain making it along with their countryman Jamal Hussain Mola, who we see always right on top. He's at a tie for 18th position right now. I got my money in him. We'll be seeing him in the top 10 pretty soon.
Yes, I feel so too.
It's going to be interesting, though. I think any of these players who can go low, of course, Amrit Lal is showing his capabilities. Akshay Sharma with a good track record on this course, and then we have, of course, Abhijit Singh Chadda, who's a big striker and did not really get the number of birdies that he wanted yesterday. But nonetheless, has got another day going on over here. Bogey-free round of 1 under par yesterday. That's quite a frustrating round for a ball striker like him. I'm pretty sure that flat stick wasn't really listening very much. Ajay Besoya on the first for his second shot. A great camera angle.
Ajay would be looking to get off to a hot start. Yesterday saw a lot of low rounds. Our leader Amrit Lal with 7 under par yesterday. So there are a lot of good scores here. If you can strike the ball well and roll your rock, so as to speak, then anything is possible. We saw last year Yuvraj shoot a 10 under par on this golf course, so that's all the more shocking to see him not make the cut this week. Maybe something was off in the game.
I think like we were speaking earlier, just recalibrating yourself, before you start another tournament, because when weather conditions are changing, the venue has changed, and both the golf courses have a very different nature to them. So players have to sort of get back and go back to the drawing board for a day and get things back again running in a proper shape to start another tournament.
Yeah, I think this golf course and the previous one are like chalk and cheese, so makes it very difficult for the players to adapt. You're looking at a golf course where they really had to focus on accuracy and really plan their rounds and hit a lot of drivers off the tee. Here, it's the character of the golf course is quite different. It rewards accuracy, but you don't really need to hit your long irons or woods. It's a pretty medium to short length golf course. So here, I think players who can putt well might be the ones who will separate themselves.
On the third hole green right now, we're looking at the group which teed off at 8:40 a.m. Girraj Singh Khadka, N. Tangaraja, and Abhinav Lohan. N. Tangaraja at 5 under par, and so is Abhinav Lohan, while Girraj Singh Khadka is currently at a score of 4 under par. We have Girraj putting for birdie, about 15 feet away. It's a good time of the day. Breeze is just about picking up. I think around 9:30 or 10 o'clock is when you will see the breeze does pick up quite a bit. There we have Dhruv Shoran at a score of 7 under par, next on the tee.
Seeing him on the weekend after a while has not been having the best of days previously. Works a lot on his game with his coach, so maybe changing something, and now all the effort is coming to fruition for him. Swing seems to be a little steeper, if I can tell correctly.
All players are always working on something or the other in their games, so pretty sure he's probably working on something at this time.
Normally has a ball flight which is a low compressed ball flight, almost a slinging sort of a draw, and you can see that he's trying to get a little more steep, so maybe that's something that he has worked on. It's a little imperceptible, but that's my guess, that he's trying to inculcate a higher ball flight, maybe increase the variety in his game.
That was Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh.
Brilliant shot.
Harinder playing today alongside Shivendra Singh Sisodia and Ravi Kumar. Shivendra also another feisty player.
Inviting flagstick here on the second.
I always find a lot of similarities between Shivendra Sisodia and Mari Muthuar. They play kind of a very similar style of golf, very aggressive, but when they tumble down also, they're pretty similar.
Yeah, I think in terms of their characteristics and the way they play, both are very long hitters. The only difference I find is that Mari Muthuar just puts a lot of compression on that ball. I know that's trying to split hairs here, but it's just different in that terms. Otherwise, a lot of characteristics of how they play.
And the swing check on the plane first.
Definitely needs. Looks like he's made his swing a little steeper from the looks of it. Maybe that's something that I'll discuss with him to understand what are the changes. Anshul Patel now. Just seeing the scoreboard and the past players' records, I'm seeing that Amrit Lal has only played 5 tournaments this year and has been decently consistent, only missed one cut.
Patel with a one-handed. I should be all right. Anxious.
There's not much trouble here off the tee.
The
Unless you
only
hit
trouble really is onto the left side of the fairway if you end
with a
up
fair
missing it
distance,
out quite a bit.
you have to really hit an errant shot, the
Yeah, you
worst
would.
of the lot if you have to.
Yep. You really have to miss it wild to be there. Mari Muthuar.
What I really like about his game is just doesn't take much time. He's almost he just stands up and hits the ball. He's always in go mode. He's ready to play.
Couple of players who didn't make it to the weekend rounds, who are of course good players, and some of the international names which didn't make it through. Sukla Bahadur Rai at 1 over par, missing the cut by one shot. Currently, only 51 players made the cut this week at a score of even par. We also have Mohammad Samrat Siktar from Bangladesh, who couldn't make it to the weekend round. We've got Mohammad Moj, Anura Rohana. It's quite a surprise to not see him going into the weekend rounds. And we also know that Samad Dwivedi not making it to the weekend round. He's been packing up a decent punch on that golf ball of late. C. Muniappa, a former Indian Open champion, struggling to get that game together. Really, it almost shocks you when you see C. Muniappa playing, because he's such a great ball striker. You see him on the driving range, he's such a good putter. And, when you see him practicing, he's got everything sort of, there together. But somehow his scores are just not coming up the way he deserves to be playing on top.
I think he's been besieged by a serious back injury, and that's for the better part of the decade now. And I think that's a problem that that injury has really plagued his game, so as to speak. It's reduced his power, his ball striking ability has gone down a notch. That's what he says. He's lost a little bit of speed, and that can make all the difference because it's a game of inches. And that was one of the things that he always used to rely on. He was decently long of the tee and a very good ball striker. Had a heavy hit, and if your back gives out, I think it makes it very difficult. That's one of the things we keep professing, that you must really work on your fitness, but you can't help it. Sometimes injuries are unforeseen, and he has recovered to a certain extent, but obviously still doesn't quite feel like he hits it as well as he used to. Maybe it'll take some time and he'll get back.
Varinder Gupta, my apologies. Apologies, that's Ravi Kumar. Currently,
Shivendra now lining up for his par. Straightforward putt, all of about 2.5 feet, turning from the right to the left. opting to keep the flag in there. For those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you that we are live at the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, presented by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament is being played at the Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur, boasting of a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh. And you're watching ABP Live. You can watch the coverage on Facebook, Instagram, as well as YouTube. ABP partnered with PGT of India last year, and this is the second year running that we're bringing you live golf. And that's something that's happened for the first time in India, that we are covering domestic professional tournaments. And a word about the Professional Golf Tour of India: it's the premier domestic golf tour in the world, and it's an open tour, so anybody from any nationality can compete and play on the PGTI. It also offers world ranking points, so there's a lot for the players to play for. Back to the action here at hole number 2, the par 3. What we see on our screen is hole number 18, a very interesting finishing hole here. MD Sanju on hole number 2. The second hole today, playing to about 170 yards approximately. That seemed to be tugged a little bit. Now we'll have all of 35-40 feet coming back for his birdie putt. This is the hole that the players wouldn't mind a par. Won't be that aggressive if the pin is towards the left, but on a front pin position, they would be looking to maybe get to about 20 feet. The longer hitters might be using an 8-iron. As we have a look at our leader group, Abhijit Singh Chadda there on the first hole. OP there. This hole should suit his ball flight, and suits it very well. What a fantastic shot by him, almost holing it out if it were a couple of inches right. I'll have a 15-footer coming back for birdie. With the flag being on the front right and OP favoring a fade, this would have set up really nicely for him. What are your thoughts on Abhijit Chadda's chances? I think he's definitely one of the 4 runners. He can run away with this tournament, I feel, with his prodigious power and the way he's been playing off late. Maybe shoot a deep under par round and open up a lead. He could definitely open a chasm between the chasing pack if he were to lead. He still has 3 shots to catch up. Akshay Sharma has a lot of experience, so it will be difficult to sort of beat him that easily. It'll be really important on this moving day to see how the players navigate the changing conditions and their position on the leaderboard. It's a lot more bunched up this week as compared to the previous week, and that's what happens on golf courses where more players can compete. Last week we saw a golf course which was purely a ball strikers course, long unforgiving course. This week is a lot more inviting. The kind of week that all the players will look forward to. Longer hitters try to dominate this golf course. Shorter to medium hitters don't need to do that. They'll also be able to reach the par fives and make birdies. So it's very levels the playing field. Abhijit Singh Chadha hailing from Chandigarh. In fact, this entire leader group is based out of Chandigarh. So maybe something that these players found in this golf course that reminds them of back home. Very athletic stance by Abhijit Singh Chadha.
He's a very athletic person, in fact. He likes his workouts. He's always been of that, sort of personality. He's always been a guy who likes to go to the gym, likes to work on his body. Since I've known him for all these years, he's always been that way.
Akshay here. I believe Akshay has also remodeled his game. I remember playing with him almost 6 to 7 years ago. He was hitting a little bit of left to right fade. Now seems to be working it both ways. Has the ability to shoot good rounds, owing to that ability. Yeah.
Amrit Lal wiping off that grip and, of course, starting off with a customary respect to the golf course, which is quite nice to see, actually. Players paying their respect to the golf course and also to what they do for a living. That is so important to have these kind of characteristics. Amrit Lal, our leader, at 12 under par. All three Chandigarh lads playing together in the penultimate round. Will they be playing together tomorrow? We'll find out.
What are your thoughts on this tournament? We saw last week was a two-way race.
What do you think is the number here after 2 more days?
I mean, frankly, looking at the first 2 days, you're seeing good scoring. You're seeing a lot of under par rounds, but not many players in double digits. So I would expect somewhere in the vicinity of 16 or maybe 15 to 16 under par. I don't think you'll quite breach the 20 mark.
I think anywhere between 18 to 21 under is where this tournament will go, but most likely on the 20 under number.
I don't really see that, to be honest, because if you're seeing from tie fifth onwards, they're at 7 under par, and it's very difficult to shoot 13 under par in the last 2 days. And Amrit Lal, Akshay Sharma, and Abhi Chadha.
Someone at 12 under par, we've got Akshay Sharma at 10. Chadha has got the ability to go really low on this golf course. If his putter, favors him, he could really create a lot of damage on that leaderboard today itself.
Yes,
Because he's got all the 4 par 5s on this golf course are in his reach, and also a couple of par 4s he could get really close to the green. So if he can get that flat stick to get hot, he's in good shape to shoot a low number today.
I think a lot will depend on what Amrit also does for the next 2 days. If that score of 20 under par is to be reached, he's the closest to it.
Chadha is more of a, he's a power player. He's got, he can get really close up to the greens. And while Amrit and Akshay will have to manage their games through the day on this golf course, which of course, they can also go low. There is no doubting that. But the guys like Kamari Muthu, Abhijit Singh Chadha could create a lot of damage on the course. Mohammad Sanju on the second.
Straightforward putt for birdie there. But as we know in this game of golf,
Nothing
nothing
is
is quite
straightforward.
straightforward. It's rather unfortunate. That was not his best effort. Really decelerated on that one. No commitment on that putt. As we have a look at what I think is the ninth hole in our view.
That's Ajay Besoya from Delhi. Dhruv Shoran on the second. As we can tell, the wind is picking up here in Jaipur at this time now, and the wind is really blowing from the right to the left with this flag location on the right side. It's going to be tough to keep it on the flagstick. But Dhruv Shoran managed to do that. He seems to have overshot himself onto the left side. See, the wind's going to be throwing everything out to the left side now going in the next few holes.
The front wind position looks inviting enough, but why is it so difficult? Are the players not able to pitch it short of the green? There is that bunker, I know, on the front right, but can they pitch it short and maybe run it up?
One of the tough things about the second hole is that you have to hit over these trees, so your vision might not always settle onto where the flagstick is. So that, of course, being one of the challenges. And there is a water hazard which is just short and left of the green, so players will never go with a club which is going to be too cute to that flag location. I think any smart player would do what this player just has done right here, giving himself about 20 feet past the flag. And of course, you could also give yourself about 10 feet from the flag location, and that would, of course, be one of the best out there.
Yes, I think depth perception becomes quite difficult on a hole like this, where you have to carry the trays.
It's also playing slightly downhill. This hole usually plays slightly downhill, so there's always that little bit of a doubt as to how much the ball will carry a little extra.
Very good point by you. It kind of compares this hole is. You can compare it to hole number 5 in Noida golf course. If you have the flag at the front, it's a little difficult to hit those kind of committed shots because you're also looking at that tree. And I think it's very difficult to focus on multiple things in golf. You can either hit the ball high or control the flight. You can't do both.
Absolutely. In fact, judgment of the line also changes quite a bit when you've got these trees to navigate from, and you can't really see a flagstick. A lot of the flagsticks on this whole location cannot be seen very well from this tee box. So that also plays a major part. If a player is able to see a flagstick clearly, he's also able to make a swing a lot more committed. We have Akshay Sharma hoping to make a committed swing here on the first hole. It's approach shot coming into this hole.
So the players almost coming in blind on the second over the trees, but they have to trust their judgment.
Back on the third hole. Beautiful hole. This is a great design of a hole. Tee box is set to the right side of the fairway, and the hole actually bends a little bit from the left to the right first, and then from the right to the left for your second shot. And players would usually be wanting to put themselves on the right center of the fairway or on the other fairway altogether. Players would get better angles from here. There's an OB line on the left side, which actually is a running track, which is all around the Rambagh Golf Club. A lot of people from Jaipur city come around here in the morning for their walks and their runs. Beautiful setting here.
Did your ball visit the track when you were playing tournaments here?
Not really.
Did you have the opportunity?
Thank God for that.
Did your ball have the honor of visiting the running track? Mine did on the hole number 3, I remember.
Luckily, I'd just sort of block it out to the right side.
I remember the third hole trying to hit the fairway. That's That was quite the mistake by me.
I would never try to hit the fairway over here.
Yes, absolutely. They say pride comes before fall. Something similar happened to me. I said, this is a fairway that I can hit with my driver. I'm not going to bail out to the right. I'm going to play the hole like it was designed. So I ended up playing the course how it was designed. So I think I went for a walk after that drive.
So Sodia with a 3-footer on the third for par.
As we sip our coffee, what do you think the players? What is the choice of beverage on the golf course? Would you like a coffee or a Gatorade, or, fresh lime soda? What is it that helps the players focus? And now I see a lot more newer products, which obviously weren't there at our time, or possibly out of reach in terms of finance. You see these kind of capsules that they put in water and they give them, sort of
effervescent tablets.
Yes. So what are these exactly?
So these are basically like they're sort of packed up with vitamins and minerals, and they help you sort of rejuvenate. A couple of different colors and different sort of what do you say? I can't even say models because the models really be for a product that's
different flavors, different
different versions,
different purposes.
Yeah,
I think
so
it's
some of
basically
them,
something to help replenish the electrolytes and
yes,
get their energy up.
So some of them are actually for getting your electrolytes up. Some of them are for muscle wear and tear. And
there you hear it from Dr. Rahul Bajaj. And recovery during a golf round.
But my favorite drink, I would say, for pretty much any golf tournament would be to just buy sort of like an ORS or an electron and use that, even though it doesn't really is not the tastiest thing to have. But I've found that I prefer that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Shaurya. Thank you. I
would just go
your nod for that.
I would just go for the fizzy drinks and the burger.
Fizzy bubble.
Yeah. So now look at that putt. He could definitely use a little bit of fizz on that putt. That's long distance he has to navigate, maybe all of 55 feet.
So that's one of the things that you see on the left side of the green. On the right side of our screens, we can see that little coverage. That's the water hazard over there, which does come into play. If you have a front flag location and you try to get too cute with this flag, it's usually you're going to end up being very close to that water hazard, and no one really wants to flirt with that. It's a putt that's going to break from the left to the right for Anshul Patel. As we saw, there's a little spine that runs at the back. There we have it. A very difficult read on this putt. We saw another player sometime back missing that putt out way to the right of the hole. That's because the slope is very, very subtle, and it's very difficult to imagine that this ball could actually break that much. And that's the reason players find it a little difficult to sort of get these putts in the hole. On the second hole, we have there's a spine running at the middle of the green. So any player who's at the back of this flag location will have a lot of break from the right to the left. We have Dhruv Shoran with just what is a tap in for him.
That's a decent start. The players would be looking to maybe go 1 under in the first 3 holes. The third hole for a lot of the players after driver, maybe just a pitching wedge from that right side. The first hole is a birdie hole. Fourth hole is a little tricky, the par 3.
Yep, it's actually like it's a weird looking green, right? It's like a squarish kind of a green, and very difficult again. It's kind of again depth perception issues come up over here. There's this little swale at the front of the green.
Yes, it's
So it doesn't appear
I think
as
one of
far
those-
as it actually is.
it's one of those greens where it's very difficult for the players to hit it close.
Yep, that swale
There's a
over there
steep sort
makes
of-
it appear
yeah.
that the green's closer to you than it actually is. So it's about a 180-yard shot, but the players can't really trust it as much.
That's the kind of chicanery that these golfers have to navigate this week.
Abhijit Singh Chadda on the second.
He's looking to hit that really high and drop it soft onto the front of the screen.
Chadda, who's already made a birdie on the first hole, is up to 10 under par now. So early starter here for Abhijit. Again with a pretty good shot, pin high to the hole, but quite a bit left. That's going to be a little bit of a fast putt, breaking from his right to the left. Well, we go back to the third hole's green. We're here with a group of Om Prakash Chauhan and Ajay Besoya playing alongside Mohammad Sanju.
Abhijit not letting the rookie get any breathing space. Like, Amrit, you might have led the tournament, but not for long if I can help it.
This player should have a good read coming from Abhijit Singh Chadda's putt. Strategically putting himself just inside of that. Mohammad Sanju coming up from the front bunker on the third hole. This bunker's lip is quite high. Ball needs to drop on the green and have plenty spin on it.
Let's see if he's been able to hear Rahul and execute it accordingly.
That's pretty good.
I think he's done well.
Absolutely, that'll leave Sanju with about 6 feet.
No,
to
if
make
you're looking
par
at
here.
if you're looking at bunker shots, professionals do find them fairly easy. But given the choice, a similar distance chip or a similar distance putt, would a player often go choose up? I mean, a chip or a bunker shot. What do you think a player would favor? Even though we see players hit bunker shots relatively close, do you think that you can have the same level of control from the bunker as you can have on a chip shot? Well, it's definitely a chip shot for Om Prakash Chauhan.
Absolutely.
He's just hold it.
Om
What a
Prakash
fantastic-
Chauhan's answered your question. Do you need any more answers?
Yeah, I think not, but I still want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think to hole a chip is of course much easier. It's not like bunker shots cannot be holed; they can be holed, but I think you would have way more control on a chip. Although you were right about the fact that bunker shots, some of the players might not find them very difficult. But again, since a chip actually gives the player a chance to hole it, he would always prefer that over a bunker.
Because even the best of bunker players tend to misjudge their bunker shots. That's something that I've seen. You can hit a brilliant bunker shot, but you can never be certain of where it will pitch, how it will roll. That's something you might be a really good player and you might put it between the hole and 5 feet radius each time, but still the trajectory, the spin, the way it's going to come out, there's a little bit of unknown because when you get into the bunker, you can't quite test the sand. You just sort of take your stance and hit the shot. So there's a little bit of unknown, and the longer the shot gets, I think there's a chance of mishitting that shot, and no such problems on a chip shot. I mean, mostly if there is poor contact, nine times out of 10, the player himself is to blame or herself. Let's see if MD Sanju is able to make his Sandy. Sandy is a term that a lot of the weekend warriors would be appraised with. If you're able to make a par when you hit the bunker and get up and down. And in a lot of our friendly games, you tend to get a few extra points for a Sandy.
That's a nice par by Mohammad Sanju. That's a tough hole. Probably found some trouble off the tee box, and that's why we saw him as the last person walking up into that bunker. Ajay Besoya now coming up for his own par. Besoya starting the day with a pair of pars. Jamal Hussain, who's started with two birdies, one on both the par threes this morning. He's currently at 6 under par, already making his way up. Ajay Besoya missing that one. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka. I was looking for him on that leaderboard, and there he is with three birdies and a bogey to begin the day of the first six holes. The 2 under par for the day and 5 under par for the tournament. Some other players in the field who are packing a punch out there. There's a mix of bogeys and birdies happening as of now. Pukrat Singh Gill at 2 under par. We've got Shamim Khan at 2 under par. Pawan Kumar at 2 under par.
A little bit about the tournament this week. The Tata Steel Professional Golf Tour of India will be is the tour that you're watching right now. That the tournament is being staged on. Rajasthan Tourism is the presenting partner for the tournament. AU Small Finance Bank is powered and is the partner that's powering this tournament. Rambagh Golf Club is the host venue. Rajasthan State Sports Council is the principal partner. Aditya Birla Health Insurance is the associate partner, and Hilton Jaipur is the hospitality partner. A total of 126 players are participating in the tournament, including 123 professionals and 3 amateurs, where we also saw an amateur make the cut. The tournament features some of the leading Indian professionals such as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Abhijit Singh Chadda, former champion Shamim Khan, Om Prakash Chauhan, Akshay Sharma, Abhinav Lohan, Arjun Bhati, and Varun Parekh. Some of the prominent foreign players: Mithun Pereira, N. Thangaraja, Bangladesh's Jamal Hussain, and Badal Hussain. Jaipur-based professionals that we saw this week were Vishal Singh, Hemendra Chaudhary, Prakhar Asawa, Giriraj Singh Khadka, Rishiraj Singh Rathore, Yogendra Kumawat, Damodar Kumawat, Gulam Muhammad Ghori. Interesting week so far. But as we're seeing right now, the Chandigarh lads have definitely come to the fore, reveling in this opportunity, really liking the layout, it seems. On your screens, you have Amrit Lal, the leader, who's at 12 under par. Some of the others who are making an early move: Jamal Hussain, Abhinav Lohan. We have Mithun Pereira, who's at 2 under par for the day. Pukrat Singh Gill, also 2 under par for the day. Arjun Sharma, also 1 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament.
It's a great venue to be at, isn't it? Right in the middle of the city, the Jaipur Rambagh Golf Club. And of course, the great history of the Pink City, which can act as a good piece of entertainment if players find an hour or two to sort of, go out and have some fun.
I think the players who wouldn't have made it to the weekend would be doing just that.
Absolutely.
Enjoying the city and all it has to offer, learning a little bit about the heritage and the history of this wonderful city and state.
100%.
The players out on the golf course would not be thinking about that. It's all business for them. That's the reason why this day is called the moving day. Unfortunately, that was rather painful to watch. Lip outs. That's the nature of this game. चलते हो
Anshul Patel, left-handed golfer, coming up, about 3 feet short there on the third hole. Amrit Lal starting with a birdie on the second hole, coming up to 13 under par. And Chadda making that putt from about almost 100 feet away. Probably his ball was halfway into Chandigarh and that hole was in Jaipur, and he's made another birdie on the second, up to 11 under par now.
Giving us a geography lesson early in the morning is Rahul. I think this is the best angle on this screen. Uphill putt, as makeable a putt as I've seen. Still need to be rolled. The greens are here this week are rolling really well.
This looks like really good conditions out in Jaipur this week. Of course, weather also is going to play a huge part in keeping things cool for everyone.
I should track turned the other direction right at the end.
That was really never going in the hole.
Looked,
Way off the mark there. Probably a bit of an overread for Dhruv.
Mari Muthu would have got a good read on that one. The good thing about a golf course, a lot of flora and fauna, a lot of greenery around. I seems to have underread that once. Both the players missing on either side on this hole. None of them able to quite gauge the correct speed or the line. Let's see if Anshul is able to do better. I'm seeing the evolution of the golf cart as well. You're seeing the three-wheel cart now. Earlier, if I remember previously,
There's also four-wheel carts these days. Can you imagine? I'm just waiting for the fifth-wheel cart now to come out.
never knew. Did something new. Obviously, it makes it a lot more easier for the caddies to sort of ferry the golf site.
I'm not sure what really the difference is between three wheels and four wheels. Like, how are they really going to make it easier?
I think it's definitely the friction reduces. You're looking at we're not gonna try and talk about the dynamics of a golf cart, but I'm certain that it makes it easier for the caddy. It looks to be more aerodynamic, if I was to think of it. Does that make any sense, or is that just another bit of gibberish that we were using to fill in the space?
I think one of the things that used to happen in a two-wheel trolley was the side which did not have the wheel. You had to actually sort of lift it up and pull it through. The amount of so these carts actually can be used as push carts. Those ones could only be used as pull carts. So I think that's one of the things.
New every day. You're right, yeah.
At least from what I hear from junior golfers and all, it's they find it easier to use them on sort of undulations on a golf course. On a flat golf course, I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
It's a very weird question. If the player is standing on a cart, can he be pushed by the caddy so that he doesn't have to walk?
Is that what you want to do?
Well, that would make life a lot easier, right?
There are some of these carts these days which have actually got a little stool on the side. So
you just sit there
and just sit there and just glide through.
But is that allowed in professional golf? Please educate our.
I don't think the kind of questions you have pertain to professional golf.
Maybe I'm just
it's more like a club golfer and chill out on the weekend kind of a golfing question that you just asked.
Yes, I think why not? If the cart is easy, then might as well just sit on it, hit your shot, and use it like a golf cart.
Arjun Sharma.
More serious business. Is Arjun Sharma was visible on our screens at 4 under par for the tournament, 1 under for the day.
Arjun Sharma is playing alongside Karthik Sharma and Karan Tonk. We are watching the ninth hole here, a par 4, about 400 odd yards, and players usually would hit a 3 wood or a 5 wood, maybe a hybrid club off the tee box, basically keeping themselves around a 240, 250 yard mark. Because again, the trees, like as you can see from the screen, the trees in the fairway actually act as barriers on this hole, because players need to get enough lift on the ball, enough trajectory to be able to stop it on the green. Kartik Sharma is short of the green in 2 shots. He'll have a
I
little bit of
remember
work there for him.
remember the previous edition, we saw a lot of players hitting driver as well. It shows you the change in mindset that these players have now. They're a lot more aggressive. Although you have trees, but for the longer hitters who are able to get the ball to about 320, 330, they're almost able to go past that the second last tree and only contend with one tree. So they sort of roll the dice and take their chances, because if they can bludgeon a big one there, they only have about 50, 60 yards left.
I think the only thing that sort of could work is especially when it's a downwind kind of a situation, or the course is playing a little bit on the harder side. In that case, the ball could catch a little bit of run and get past those trees. And I think that's the only time that a player should really be using a driver. Otherwise, you get stuck really close to those trees.
Oh,
That's really.
so
What was that? I think he caught a little bit too much grass between the ball, or did he just top that? Unable to tell, but definitely something we usually don't see from Kartik.
yeah, maybe something owing to the lie, but definitely came out hot. Didn't quite seem like a top, because there was a perceptible divot that came out. Maybe sometimes the ball is nestled down and you're not able to make perfect contact.
Chadda seems to have found himself in the bunker on the third. Amrit Lal is on the dance floor. It's going to
You
be
want
an
to tell our
interesting
viewers
fight.
a little bit about the bunker and about the inundations there. Are you allowed to level the bunker if you're hitting out of a bunker in a professional tournament?
Absolutely not.
What if you're in a foot mark of another player? Or
Absolutely not. You got to play the ball as it lies pretty much throughout the golf course, unless and until only preferred lie situation is where you can touch your golf ball.
in the bunker? No.
Preferred lie situation in the fairways only in
Okay.
closely mown grass. And in the bunkers, no matter what the situation, you're going to play the ball as it lies, unless and until there is casual water in the
We
bunker.
always see in professional tournaments that there's a view that is always espoused that you want to leave the course in a similar condition, if not better than what you found it, and that holds really true from bunkers. Players and caddies are always told that they must repair the bunker once they've hit a shot from that. In fact, there are steep fines as well if you don't do the same. So that's one of the things that I was talking about, because our viewers should know that even when you're playing normal golf rounds, it's imperative that you repair the bunker, because the player who's coming behind you will not be allowed to repair it. So, and that's what makes bunker play a little difficult, because you can have any sort of lie, and a lot depends on how the bunker has been raked. Now you see these big machines, these big machines that are used in a lot of the golf courses to rake the bunkers, but many places still using the old style rakes, and then you could have your ball sort of stuck between the ridges that are caused by the grooves of the rake when the bunker is raked. So very difficult depending on the kind of lie, and you as a player have to understand how the ball will react. As you're seeing Abhijit, he's almost disappeared from view. He's trying to understand what that ball would do. As you're seeing, he's visualizing, trying to understand how that ball would be. Maybe it's a plug lie, and that's why he's got the referee here as well. This should be interesting. But mind you, ladies and gentlemen, even in a plug lie, you have to hit from there unless the ball has broken ground and it's on the front or the back edge of the bunker, which is connected to the fairway, or which has mud in it, the steep embankments of the face of the bunker. If it breaks down, then you can take a drop. But if you are plugged in the sandy part of the bunker, then you have to sort of just play it as it lies.
Another facet of fitness here shown by our friend Abhijit Singh Chadda is that you can climb steep bunker walls if you are fit enough.
Absolutely. Let's see. He's trying a whole host of different shots here.
I
He's
think
also
his
changing
balls-
gloves.
the lie isn't really favorable.
I'm
That's
not
why he's
sure
really
if it's. I'm
moving
not
in and
sure
out
if
of
it's a
it.
plug lie. Maybe it's between the front face of the bunker and the sand. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, that's why the ball took off a little bit left.
Yes.
So when a ball is lying on an uphill, this will be nice for our viewers to know. The ball lies on an uphill, and if there's too much of thick grass behind it, and you've got to sort of like stop that club into the wall of the bunker. The ball will tend to take off a little left as the club face would tend to close, and also the uphill will usually end up making that face slightly closed as you're catching the ball more in your upswing, which makes the ball start a little bit left.
Rightly said. As we look at
Pukhraj
hole,
Gill.
hole number 18. A lot of these long hitters will be licking their chops on this 18th hole. Easy pickings for them. Driver 6-iron, 5-iron for these long hitters. I really like that. Par 5s on this golf course. They're very inviting. Even for somebody of medium length, these par 5s are reachable, and that's what makes this golf course so much more interesting.
Interesting is that most of the hazards on this golf course, so to speak, are the trees in the fairways. In fact, talking about the ninth and also the 18th hole, uh, there are trees which are about 80 yards short of the green, and it's almost, I think, probably about 10 or 12 trees in that area. So if the player is going for the green, then he's got a right hand water hazard and a left side OB line to navigate. Oh, that's a really unlucky break there for
That's
Akshay
a
Sharma. Super putt.
that's a little bit of a cliffhanger right there.
And
See,
if you
maybe it falls in by the time he walks to it. And just to tell our viewers, you have about 10 seconds once you reach the ball if you think it's going to roll in on its own, which he obviously did not. You can't quite coax it if you think you can stomp around it and maybe blow on it and it might move. That's not quite allowed. You can wait for up to 10 seconds once you reach the ball, and if it falls in that duration, that's not an added stroke. But if it's over beyond that, then it is counted as an additional stroke.
Chadda will have an attempt for par over here. Chadda with back-to-back birdies to begin the day. Currently at 11 under par. Needs to make this one in so as to keep the momentum alive. Chadda dressed in all black today.
Which way is that putt breaking? Seems to be turning from the right to the left in the end. Not really sure about the first half. Judgment is so important. You can see the ball seems to be a little
I think that putt doesn't break so much. Might be a little bit right to left, as you said.
right at the end.
But still a
You
very
can see this
tiny
sort
break,
of
though, right?
this ridge halfway down there. It seems that it'll push the ball a little to the left.
Needs to get this one in. Chadda for par.
Yes, my read was
Yeah,
correct.
enough,
And
enough,
Chadda,
enough. Oh, Chadda would be
I
coming
think,
just short of that.
there's something right around these holes. Just throwing the ball off. Very unfortunate for both these players to have been left at the edge.
Needed a tad bit more pace there for Chadda. That'll be a drop shot. On the third, gets him down to 10 under par. Alongside Akshay Sharma, we have our leader Amrit Lal putting for birdie.
Amrit Lal possibly with the easiest of the lot. Not too much in this part, it seems. Also going with the lower hand down. That's something stabilize the wrists.
A lot of players like to go with that left
Seems
hand
to have
low.
really gotten out of that. Pushed that a little bit. Seems to be a little tentative or
Yes, I'd
did
agree.
not,
It did appear like that, yeah.
it did not seem like a confident stroke.
I guess sometimes it happens that if you're not sure of your line, then you could end up being very tentative. And I think he and his caddy did go into a bit of a discussion for that putt. So it's possible that probably whenever you're a little bit in doubt, you will tend to be a little bit tentative as well, because you can't really make.
That's why green reading is such an important facet of the game. Players do spend a lot of time practicing their stroke, their putting methodology, but I don't ever see players spend that much time on a green reading technique, so as to speak. Is that something that they do put a lot of time in preparing in tournaments? I mean, they take the time, they make notes, but does anybody actually work on their green reading technique, and is that something that professionals or even amateurs can work on? Is there a technique? I used to just sort of make it up as I go along.
It's actually a couple of things. One of the green reading techniques, which has become very famous over the past decade or so, is the aim point. So that teaches you to read the greens. Although on greens where like India's, where we've got a lot of on the greens, I think it's a little more, a lot of other things to navigate through as well. I think nothing like experience to be able to read greens. That is, of course, going to be, I think, one of the main facets of reading greens. The more you do it, the more you learn how to do it. The feel factor comes in a lot into play. So that is also, one of the things that players have to bear in mind. I also feel that, when you get into a discussion with your caddy about reading the line, I think it just leaves you with a little bit of a doubt, because you could be thinking a little differently, and that just adds on. I'd rather have a wrong line but make a confident stroke than have the right line and not be able to trust it.
I think green reading is more art than science, and whatever seems to work. And also, golf is pretty temperamental. I think there are times that we are playing well, then everything seems to go in the hole automatically. Even the wrong lines sort of go in the hole. So maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. But that's something that I've noticed, that when things are not going your way, you might miss it on one side or the other, and nothing is matching. So I don't know. Maybe it's a good stroke and a good understanding with the caddy, or having a rule that either you follow your own lines or you don't.
Pukrat Singh Gill, a nice attempt over there. And so was it by Syed Saqib Ahmed on the 18th. The third player today is Arjun Prasad. Yeah, the 8-10 tee time from hole number 10. Pukrat Singh Gill, Syed Saqib Ahmed, and Arjun Prasad. Nice young group here. Prasad seems to have left himself too close to the OB line. It's a bit of a miss hit, and that'll leave Arjun with a little bit of work to do on this 18th hole. Something that players really do not want to see on a par 5. Also, this front flag location and being stuck in a situation like that, you tend to be a little bit too cute with that shot, and unfortunately, that is just the shot you don't want to be too cute with. Arjun Sharma making an eagle on par 5 8th. There we have our inverted tiger of the day. We've got Syed Saqib Ahmed tapping that one in on the 18th, while we wait for Arjun Prasad to now come up with that chip attempt. He'll be trying to make that chip in.
That's the first look at Arjun this week. I've also seen that golfers tend to play well in stretches. It's always a streak that they have, maybe of a few tournaments that they're playing well. Rarely do you ever see a player sort of play well one week and not the other. Then again, it's always about a stretch of tournaments, and I've seen that on the PGTI. You'll see it maybe during one half of the year. You'll see 30 players always there making cut, and the next half, those 30 players are probably changing positions with another lot. Only the top 10 or 15 stay consistent making cut every week. Apart from that, you do see a little bit of chalk and change in the order. Hole number 18. What are your thoughts on this hole, Rod? The par 5?
I think it's a superb hole. You've got to hit a good drive down the fairway. You need about 290 plus yards off the tee box, and then you can, take on the green. Although the second shot has become quite difficult now with the advent of that right side water hazard coming into play, and the left side, of course, has always been the OB line on this hole. So players, who can keep that golf ball in their control, if you can pitch it about 10 yards or so short of the green, you could really run it up onto the green.
Yeah, it's a
There we
brilliant
Arjun
putt
Prasad
there.
making up and down, saving
I
that
think
damage.
the addition of that hazard has been a brilliant masterstroke by the Greens Committee and the you know the designing committee here on this golf course, because that's really added a much required degree of difficulty on this hole. Otherwise, players were already freewheeling on this 18th. You just hit your drive and then you can stand to the right and hit that second shot and not really worry about the one coming back. But now there's not much room to miss on either side, so there's just a narrow corridor and they really have to execute that shot. And that's for our viewers, I want you to know that actually adds some pressure before you hit it. The anticipation of hitting that shot is actually what can add to the degree of difficulty when you're facing all of 240, 50 yards and there's a hazard to the right and there's out of bounds to the left. You don't really know which side you can favor, and that's why you see a lot of players miss hitting their shot, maybe being a little shy and timid on that shot, not really committing fully. So, I mean, kudos to the design here. No such trouble for the ducks there, enjoying their day in the sun. What a life to have, not worry
Do you
about the
sometimes
scores.
wonder, like, you could just be a duck and just hang around a water
I
hazard,
have
wait to
been
get hit by a golf ball?
I've been accused of worse on the golf course. Tortoise was something that I was often equated with.
Incidentally, can you see there's a lot of fish also in that little water hazard. I
What
did
would
not
you
wa-
expect in water? Is that something else?
I'd not want to be a duck in that water hazard for sure, waiting to be hit by a golf ball. Tons of wind blowing on the golf course today. So we take a look at Dhruv Shoran, who is currently at 8 under par for the tournament. Players on the fifth hole right now. Fifth hole is a straightforward par 4, slightly uphill to the green, and players usually hit a driver over here and then probably get a sand wedge shot in, probably an 80-yarder or so. As a lovely putt by Marimuthu R, making a birdie on the fifth. We'll take Marimuthu to 9 under par for the tournament. Dhruv Shoran, another missed attempt there. That actually put himself in a pretty decent spot. Anshul Patel now on the fifth. A solid putting stroke, very square with the putter face, but not enough pace on that putt for Anshul. Taps that one in. Moving on.
Another interesting piece of information that we just learned about is that Amrit Lal actually credits a lot of his good form to Gaganjeet Bhullar, who was recently in Chandigarh and was able to help him with his short game and wedge plays. That's something that is definitely yielding good results for him.
Ranjit Buller, who himself came off a victory just a couple of weeks back on the Asian Tour. Through Shoran making his way into the hole.
So was that the missing piece? Should have taken advice from somebody that could that have saved or resurrected my career, Rahul?
Well, could have. You never know. But at the end of the day, you've got to be at the right place at the right time also. But you were never on the right time.
There's one part of the equation that was always missing. As we have a look at those red numbers, wonderful red numbers. That's what professional golfers dream about. Birdies, eagles, and underpars. For lesser mere mortals, pars and bogeys are the order of the day, or maybe bogeys and double bogeys, depending on the golf course. It's really one of the joyous things about golf. And not to get philosophical here, is really views like this. Now look at that. In the middle of the city, in the heart of the city. A wonderful place. It's almost like an oasis. Being at one with nature, it actually, nothing can beat this, and that's what makes golf such a unique sport. It's not really played in a stadium or a confined space. Every week is different. Golfers, professional golfers, they really have to adapt to different sort of conditions. But they also, the perks and privileges of being a professional golfer is that you get to ply your trade on such wonderful venues, get to travel, see different places for the international golfers, see the world. And nothing beats the experience of playing on these wonderful locations, clean, fresh air, beautiful scenery. And if you make the cut, make some money, what more could you ask for in life?
For those of you who are just joining us, we are at the Jaipur Ramba Golf Club. Rajasthan Tourism presents the Jaipur Open of 2022. It's powered by AU Small Finance Bank. Principal partner this week is Rajasthan State Sports Council. Associate partner in Aditya Birla Health Insurance, and hospitality partner is Hilton Jaipur this week. That on our screens is Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola coming up with that chip attempt. Would have just under 2 feet to save his par on the 9th hole. He's playing alongside Yashash Chandra from Mysore. Incidentally, the pink city of Jaipur, packed up with a lot of history. Just learned that it used to be called Jayapura, formerly Jaipur.
That's very nice. Learning something new every day.
Learning new things every day. Yeah, I might just become a tour guide by the end of this. That's a vague possibility.
I'm pretty sure that your guests would be entertained with the treasure trove of knowledge that you have now on different cities and where to go, where to play golf, where to eat out. I think that's
hopefully that'll impress someone. I already know where to eat in Jaipur. That's never been a problem. Yashash Chandra coming up from just short of the green, electing to use a putter. Very meticulous about that routine that he has. Very peculiar. You could actually tell it from a distance whether it was Yashash addressing a putt.
That ball bobbled a little bit in the start, and that's a good effort.
Coming off the first cut or the apron of the green, usually you would see a little bit of a jump coming up from the ball. So that is something that could not be the best of ideas. Although, like they say, you putt to get it close, you chip to get it in.
Who said that?
There is an old saying.
I
don't know who said it. It's anonymous.
It's all right. It's as you know, we make it up as we go on. So believe us at your own peril. But yes, we'll go with that saying. I think Mitchell would disagree with that. He would be looking to make all the putts.
Apparently, Jaipur was one of the earliest planned cities of modern India, designed by Vidyadhar Bhattacharya. During the British colonial period, the city served as the capital of Jaipur state. After independence in 1947, Jaipur was made the capital of the newly formed state of Rajasthan. And our friend, leaving it Well, way short of the jaws. That's very unlike Mithun, though, right? He's really good with the putter, good with anything which is inside, probably inside of 100, yards.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, this guy could hit his wood, fair wood, closer than my pitching wedge.
I think a lot many people could do that now.
Now,
Rahul was very keen to point out now. Yes, of course, Rahul was a prolific player, medalist in the Asian Games, a silver medalist. Obviously, there's a lot of golfing pedigree. Yeah?
past be the past.
The days of yonder, as we look back and reminisce about the great times.
I think it'll kind of be like the history books that we were reading over here about Jaipur. That's how big of an old news that is now.
To Meera, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Gautam Budhnagar.
And they shot all of 30 yards on this par 5. Well, this is going to make this an interesting viewing, and you can see the technique that will be employed by him. A lot of golfers would like to have the arms not do too much on this and just use the bigger muscles, and that will allow them to control the trajectory on this.
Can you see that little tree house at the back with that bird trying to get inside it?
Yes, absolutely.
Birdie.
You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I don't know much about
As
that,
you
but
distract us from the action.
well,
Sudhir would be looking for a birdie as well.
does Sudhir get close enough for a birdie? I think
Is
he's left himself quite a bit short of the hole.
Is he anywhere near the tree house?
Well, he himself is not the golf ball though. Golf balls, he's still got about 18 feet or so for birdie. On the 18, that's a little bit of a
It was a very peculiar kind of action. It seemed
kind of like a push, right? Like short backswing, let's throw it out there. And a
Yeah,
scoopy
that's,
of Mohammad Sayyum from Bangladesh. Another one who hits it really, really far. He could almost hit it out of the ballpark at times.
Absolutely.
340 odd yards on a lot of occasions.
Yeah, he's definitely a cool customer. Doesn't think too much, doesn't take time, just gets on the ball and on to the next. A lot of these kind of players that we're seeing, especially the power hitters, I think patience and power doesn't quite go hand in hand. I think is that a common theme we're seeing? The longest hitters don't tend to take much time. If you think about it, all the long hitters, they tend to just stand on the ball and give it a big whack, I
Well,
think.
okay, I think that's a very interesting observation that you made, and now that you've said that, it's making me think, and I think
He
maybe
threw that ball on the OB. Was that some spare ball or was that an apple? What was that? He definitely threw something out of
I
bounds.
think he just opened up a banana, and that's what gives him that power that he hits that ball so far because of.
So coming back, you'll see that's something that I have noticed over the years that
I
players
think it's a
who
very
possess a
interesting
lot of
observation.
power don't take too much time. Maybe it's because they know that. I think one of the things that I always used to feel it's almost like the prospect theory, like losses loom larger than gains. So, as a player who would normally hit about 10 to 11 greens, there would be maybe only 5 or 6 realistic birdie attempts for me in a round. Whereas for a longer hitter, somebody like Abhijit, as we just saw on our screens right now, pushing that to the right, you'll have 12 at least very realistic birdie chances in a round within 20 feet. If not, I mean, you'll have 12 birdie putts. So they don't really feel that if I miss this, I won't get another one so early. So I think that's one of the things. Slow play is not so much about trying to take time to decide what you're going to do. It's a lot about trying to ensure that you are able to capitalize on your good shots. Whereas longer hitters are so self assured, they sort of freewheel. They know that if we miss this, I can always hit the next par 5 and 2. That's something that a lot of people have not given much thought to. And whereas you look at the shorter hitters, you will find most of the slow players are normally between the short or medium length. Rarely would you find a very long hitter to be a slow player.
I think that this is a very interesting topic that you sort of touched upon, and it's made me think. And I think one of the things that is probably playing the part over here is the fact that uh, being too deliberate, taking too much time makes you too deliberate, and becoming too deliberate actually doesn't let your muscles fire on time and with speed, which makes you hit the ball not with as much pack of power as you probably could. And the faster players are probably able to do that because they're putting less inhibitions into their golf swing. They're having less thoughts, so their muscles can actually fire more naturally and go after that golf ball.
Yes, absolutely. If you sort of think about it, all the players who've been prolific ball strikers like Ashok Kumar on this tour on the PGTI, they've just maybe taken about barely half the allotted time, if not less, because they want to keep that momentum. That's one of the things that when I've spoken to a lot of the players, and even when I played some of the best golf, it's when things are flowing. They call it a state of flow. Uh, it's when things happen almost in an automated fashion. It's like when they say when you drive a car, you're not really thinking about the mechanics. So something akin to that is that it happens on auto mode, and the more you deliberate and think over it, you kind of break that momentum. There's a certain kind of energy that you have when you're in peak performance, and I think that longer hitters have more of those phases of when they're in that zone where things are sort of happening automatically. Whereas on the other hand, if you're a slow player, you're used to thinking and calculating a lot of things. You're sort of getting in your own way. You're not able to get into that flow state because you're so deliberate. So there is no opportunity for you to have long stretches of good performance.
Mohammad Sayyum pulling that one out to the left and missing his birdie attempt. So clearly, you could hit 500 plus yards in 2 shots, but that last bit needs to be done with finesse.
So that's what I'm talking about. Like a hole like this, for a shorter hitter, let's say you're hitting your third shot from about like 60, 70, 80, 90 yards after laying up, and you hit a good shot. So you've actually had to hit 3 good shots to get there. First, your drive or layup, and then your second shot where you're trying to get in position, then a sand wedge or a pitching wedge, whatever club that you're left with on a par 5, and then you have to hold that putt. Whereas a longer hitter is just hitting 2 drives. Both can be decently good to be around the green, make a chip and putt or putt. So it becomes a lot more easier. So when opportunities are limited, when paucity actually forces these players to maybe get more attached to the result.
That's Pawan Kumar from Delhi coming up on the 18th. His ninth hole of the day drains it in just from the right edge of the cup. He doubted it for a second, didn't
So
he?
what would you think? Yes, absolutely. It's a little bit of
Hiccup kind of a situation for him.
what would you reckon then for somebody? Obviously, for the longer hitters, I would say they should carry on in the same way. You'll see a lot of these players, like even MD Sayyum, shoot these low numbers. The only thing they really need to work on is maybe their short game skills, their putting. Rest of the things, they're good iron strikers because they're able to come down with so much force on that ball. They're not that wavered either because they put a lot of compression. Wind can't really affect their ball. It's only themselves if they're off and if their club fitting is off. But mostly you see them hitting over 12 greens with ease. On the other hand, you have a medium hitter who's not, maybe let's say somebody who's hitting at 280 or 270, who's not really hitting a lot of fairways, not hitting a lot of greens. What would be the course of action for somebody like that? I think they'd rather work on accuracy so they can get more than 12 to 13 fairways in a round. Would that be something that'll have a great positive effect? I saw Arjun Sharma do pretty much that. He's a medium to long hitter by PGTI standards, but he's very consistent with the driver, and that causes him to be in contention in a way for on each round to make a lot of birdies. He's hitting over 10 fairways. That ensures that you're hitting almost 13 to 14 greens. What is your thought on that?
Well, I think just no matter, even if you're a short hitter, I think making sure that you can put yourself on the putting green for a green in regulation is very important. Even if you're 60 feet away from the hole, but you keep giving yourself chances. And I think that is very, very important for any of those short hitters, medium hitters, and in fact, for that matter, even for a long hitter. Right. So, and no matter how far away from the green you are, all these players are capable enough to find themselves on the green. So that is something I think would benefit any of the players. Sometimes players tend to get too cute with the shots and try to get to tough pin positions. If you could constantly keep giving yourself a putt for birdie, even if it's from 100 feet away to the hole, I think that would be a great way to go about things, and that would minimize your losses and sort of keep giving yourself the chances, and those putts will fall in at some point of time or the other. Picturesque view there on our screens, the ducks enjoying themselves there in the superb weather and the water hazard here in Jaipur. Seems like a little bit of a wildlife camera work there happening from our cameraman. Great show. There on, as you look at the screen, the left side of this water hazard is the second hole, and the right side is the 18th green. And straight down, if you look at those boards over there, that is the third tee box here in Jaipur, the Rambagh Golf Club. And just right next to the golf club is the Rambagh Polo Club as well, so which is just on the right side of the screen right now, which is actually the, if you were playing the 18th hole, it will be on the left side, right across that Kobe line. So usually if you've found your golf balls gone towards the left side, you could might as well just jump out and play some polo.
Noble thought. So the players won't espouse that view. Polo is the last thing they want to be playing.
Incidentally, the polo ground also used to be used as a practice area back in the day over here, until the golf course was relaid and completely redesigned. And what a fabulous job that has been done by the Rambagh Golf Club. Divyanshu Bajaj walking down that fairway with a completely new look, sunglasses on. It seems like he's trying to turn a new leaf altogether. Divyanshu
Or as they used to say, my future's so bright, I need sunglasses on.
There we have it. And playing alongside his city mate, Shankar Das and Daksh Shokeen. Coming on the 9th hole, this group of players.
This week we are playing preferred lies, where the players can lift, clean and place the ball on the fairway to within one club length. This privilege is sometimes given to the players owing to the consistency of the fairways. So you do understand that on any of the 18 holes, if you find conditions that are not that consistent, then the players are given that privilege. So the course condition is fabulous, it's perfect, but maybe a few holes that are not meeting that density requirement which is required on the fairway. So hence the players being allowed to use the lift, clean and place rule. Also, an interesting piece of information that on each course you have something called a course record. That is the lowest score on a day that has been shot by a professional. But if it is done during lift, clean, and place, that is actually not counted as the official record. So it does count as a score, but not as the official course record. For that, the conditions have to be you have to play the golf course as it is. Look at some of the scores today. Shamim Khan at 3 under par for the day and 5 under for the tournament. You have Gaurav Ghai at 3 under for the tournament. Arjun Prasad 1 under for the tournament. And making some good strides up the leaderboard is Arjun Sharma, who's 3 under today and 6 under for the tournament. Our leader Amrit Lal at 1 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. As we have a look at Shankar Das with that unorthodox swing. Here at hole number 9, you're seeing players laying up. There are quite a few trees that they have to contend with, so everybody choosing a different line of play on this hole. As we can see in the back, the leaves have started to rustle a little bit, so the wind is picking up. The wind is one of the defenses of this golf course. There's not much water, so as to speak. The outer bound is only there on a couple of holes, maybe 14, 15, where it's actually in play. And obviously here on the 18th. But all in all, wind is one of the factors that is a definite first line of defense here for this golf course.
Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, currently 1 under par for the day. Coming up on the 18th with a pitch attempt. That's a pretty good shot for that front flag location by Badal Hussain. Another solid golfer from Bangladesh is Badal. Badal Hussain playing alongside Gaurav Pratap Singh and Manoviraj Shekhawat. Gaurav Pratap Singh appears to have found himself in that right bunker next to the green. Prolific short game player Gaurav Pratap is. See if he got enough on that. We take a look at Manoviraj Shekhawat. Shekhawat about 40 yards short of the green, coming up to that left front flag location. The only amateur to have made the cut this week. Needs to create some damage on the golf course. He's lost a couple of shots early on today. Pratap Singh also seems to have pulled that shot a little bit. Didn't make it all the way to that whole location. Although he's probably one of the most phenomenal shot game players I've seen.
Interesting shot coming up here at hole number 9 for Divyanshu. Really has to be careful. He could scull this over the green if he were not to connect it properly.
No, I think you were right, and probably had to give it a little bit extra, make sure that he can get enough club under that. But was a difficult shot, wasn't that?
About 20 feet ahead of the hole. That was indeed a difficult shot. Yeah. And that's sometimes you need a stroke of luck in golf. You can come up on a lie like that, and there's not much you can do from there. The amateur seems to have fluffed his first shot, but done pretty well here.
Well, there we have it, about 3 feet away now. Seems like what is going to be a par putt. Badal Hussain with quite a shot there from about 60 yards out of their green. These flags can be quite difficult to get to from those yardages. You can't get enough spin on the golf ball, and the front flags are difficult to attack from those locations. Fairly good job done there by Badal, a prolific golfer from Bangladesh. Badal currently playing to 1 under for the day.
Gaurav Pratap Singh has a brilliant short game. Let's see if he's able to bring that to the 4 here.
Lovely attempt there by Gaurav.
So close yet so far.
Well, it's just the way it is, isn't it?
There's a story of life.
Rather philosophical this morning, aren't you?
Are we
A
trying-
story of life. Is that where we're going now?
Well, isn't that true?
Former
Almost there.
winner, Gaurav Pratap. He's been a winner at Noida Golf Club a couple of years back. 2015, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, quite a few years ago. I think he's a multiple winner or is he a one-time winner? One-time winner on tour is Gaurav Pratap Singh. I think he won that tournament in Noida Golf Club. He has been a good player, but obviously with the influx of so many young professionals, it is making life difficult for a lot of these good players. Gaurav Pratap Singh now used to be somebody who was always there in the top 10 week in, week out. But it's proving difficult now for a lot of the experienced lot for them to contend on a regular basis.
Well,
Even to,
as-
in fact, even to make cut now, to be honest, it's not that easy anymore.
as time moves on, players, new crop comes up. The benchmarks were set earlier by certain players. Those benchmarks, every player starts to work towards breaking those benchmarks, and then new benchmarks are created. And then, of course, the older crop has to work doubly and much harder, and of course, on a lot of new things to be able to sort of break the new benchmark that has been made. So that is, of course, going to be a bit of a challenge. And if you're up to that challenge, then like a person like Ranjit Singh seems to be up to that challenge. A person like G. Milkha Singh, Gaurav Ghai, these players seem to really be up to that challenge to take on that newer lot. You take a look at Shekhawat putting for par on that 18th hole. It's 9th hole of the day. It'll be slight pull for Shekhawat, missing that par putt on the last. Badal Hussain missed his birdie attempt here. Now will be putting for par. So take a look at that little billboard at the back. We have got the Hawa Mahal in the background, one of those tourist attractions in Jaipur city.
All right, cleaning up for his par there.
Shekhawat cleaning up there on the 18th hole. His group would now be moving to the first, which is going to be their back nine, the front nine off the course. Gaurav Pratap Singh currently playing to even par for the day and 1 under par for the tournament. We were talking a little bit earlier about the flow state, and that's what Shamim Khan seems to be in. 3 birdies on that back nine, birdie on the 10th, birdie on hole number 14, And 16th, the par 3. And currently at a score of 3 under for the day. Bogey free back nine there for Shamim. Total score of 5 under par. And the person who's hitting a bit of a flow state today is Arjun Sharma. Currently 5 under par for the day. Birdie on hole number 5. An eagle on hole number 8. And 2 birdies on 11 and 12. That 11th hole is a tough par 3, isn't it? Om Prakash Chauhan on the 8th hole.
Yeah, we don't see many birdies on hole number 11, but I have high expectations of Arjun Sharma. Having told you previously that I had played some golf with him previously before the start of the tour, him and Pokraj, and I was extremely impressed by both their games, and more so with Arjun because he has this consistency. He has probably of all the players that I've ever played with, I've not seen anybody hit the driver that straight and at a considerable length. He's no spring chicken, but he gets it out there. He's able to get to about 290 yards each time, and that's good enough to attack any par 5 and 2. And hits his irons also a fair distance, to be honest. And he's a great putter. And every round he'll hit more than 10 fairways and devastating with the irons. I think he has all the ingredients if he's just able to get it together. You could see him shoot maybe 6, 7, 8 under par today.
Om Prakash Chauhan also having a steady day. 2 birdies on their front nine to be at 2 under par for the day and 9 under par for the tournament. While Amrit Lal still leads the way at 13 under over Akshay Sharma and Abhijit Singh Chadha, both at 11 under par. Abhinav Lohan also with a bogey-free 1 under par, as is Enthangaraja through that front nine to be tied at 10th position at 6 under par alongside Sri Lankan Enthangaraja. My apologies also is Jamal Hussain at the same score. 2 birdies on that front nine for him and 2 under par. Ajay Besoya on our screens. It's a bit of a misread for Ajay. Ajay Besoya currently at 1 over par and a score of 6 under. Om Prakash Chauhan with an unlikely putt there. Really, I don't think I've ever seen Om Prakash Chauhan missing a 4-footer, and that was probably what, 2.5.
Well, I think you do this job long enough, you'll see a lot of things that you haven't seen previously, including some stellar golf that we are seeing here right now, live at the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. We're bringing you this tournament from Jaipur, being played at the Rambagh Golf Club, boasting a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh, with over 6 lakh going to the winner. So a lot of money to play for, apart from pride, of course. And leading the pack right now is young gun Amrit Lal, who's just turned professional this year. Only 6th event. That shows you that sometimes it doesn't take as much time as we think. So let's see if he's able to hold on to this lead and win his maiden tournament on the PGTI. It's not going to be easy. He's being chased by a pack of wolves, experienced campaigners in Akshay Sharma and Abhijit Singh Chadha, both just 2 shots adrift at 11 under par. You have Om Prakash Chauhan, no stranger to success, at 9 under par. You have the very powerful Mari Muthuar at 9 under par. So it's not done yet by any stretch of imagination. And you also have Arjun Sharma, who's been smarting off that loss where he finished second. So I'm sure he wants to undo that mistake in Coimbatore, where he wasn't able to win that tournament but finished second. So you never know. There's a lot of golf to be played.
Shivendra Sisodia with a good chip attempt here on the 9th hole, but that would be coming up short. We'll leave him with a tap-in for par on this hole. Sisodia, who's currently playing to even par for the day, and a total of 6 under par for the tournament. A back nine would make things very interesting over here, especially with these top names out there. We've got three par fives out in the back nine, the 14th, 17th, and the 18th. That is what could create a lot of damage, especially from a long hitter. Harinder Gupta on the ninth, coming up from the left side of the green and coming up very short.
Here on hole number 9, this putt all of about 4 feet, breaking a little from the player's right to left. Done well there.
It's Ravi Kumar on our screens. There was
Pink Panther here, Harinder Gupta. Seems that he's changed his haircut.
yeah. Has he like removed that little mullet that he had?
Yes, I think he's given them a little bit of a trim, and going with the pink and white can never really go wrong with that combination, looking flamboyant on the golf course.
You know a lot about that. A stylish player yourself.
And now we're cracking jokes here, are we? I had a lot of time to
In all
select.
seriousness,
I had a lot of time to select my dress, and there you go. I was deliberate in everything. I quite like the mullet, to be honest. I think he could have kept it on for a little longer. Something different that we saw on tour. A little bit like Cam Smith on the US tour, rather the Live tour. My apologies.
just a little update here. Earlier we saw Badal Hussain hitting that shot on the 18th hole. He actually made a 7 over there. So that really wasn't the par putt that we had seen earlier. So a little correction on that.
The greens seem to be rolling very nice.
Absolutely.
You know,
Good
these are one of the
conditions.
greens that, if I recollect correct, the grain was never much of an issue. If you are playing well and you are stroking the ball well, it's quite easy to putt on these greens and make a lot of putts.
Good conditions on
And that's
the
why
course.
seeing these deep numbers as well. Not very difficult to navigate these greens. Gentle slopes, nothing too abrasive on these greens, and not that undulating either. So the only thing that has to be contended with that the surface is a little hard. So coming on your, when you approaching the greens with your irons, you just have to be a little more conservative in where to pitch it. But apart from that, putting is fairly straightforward here.
It's on our screens is the 8:50 tee time. It started from the 10th hole. Saurav Rathi on our screens right now, playing alongside Sarthak Chibbar and Vishwa Pratap Singh Gill. Must say, this is quite a fresh group out there. All three players, newly turned pros.
A wonderful shot there. You can see our national flag in the foreground. Going back to my point, a golf course does make for a beautiful setting indeed. Or as I think Greg Norman famously said once that golf is a good walk spoiled. So It could be either case.
We take a look at Dhruv Shoran now coming up from the bunker. What appears to be the 8th hole.
You can also tell a lot about the lie in the bunker that a player has by looking at his pre-shot routine and the kind of swing that he's intending to make. This is the par 5. Muthu would have like a 40-yard bunker shot.
Not wasting much time on that as well. Superb shot there by Marimuthu.
Rightly so. What a brilliant shot by him.
It's not an easy shot here. When you come up from a longer distance away, you've got to flight it enough. And getting those kind of shots right is quite a task. I guess spending too much of time also could be a deterrent. So Marimuthu does well for himself there.
Absolutely. Carrying on with that momentum. Wonderful horticulture here.
Anshul Patel, the left-handed golfer, coming up from the rough on the 8th hole. Missing out onto the right side of this green really is almost a mistake. Players should, usually would try to keep themselves either short of the green or left of the green, probably in that bunker. Probably the front is going to be the best place to miss it. Right is definitely one place you do not want to be on this hole. With that flag location, certainly not.
What kind of club are we looking at? These players getting into this par 5?
So usually you could see players getting around a 230 to 240 yard shot coming into the green. For the longer hitters, you're looking more at a 200 to 220 yard shot.
Maybe somebody like Marimuthu could be getting a 5-iron to this green?
Yes, most likely a guy like Marimuthu or Abhijit Chadda would be hitting a 5-iron, 4-iron, maybe on occasions, depending on the wind, even a 6-iron into this green.
For the rest of the field, it's going to be a 3-wood or a
Anshul
rescue.
Patel doing well from there. Yes, but it's definitely an approachable hole. The only thing is that on the second shot, the hole plays a slight bit of a dogleg, and the players need to shape the ball slightly from the left to the right. So that's one thing. We take a look at Amardeep Malik with a friendly follower around him.
Abbreviated finish is something that he's practicing. Why would he be doing that? To flight it down? That's what players normally do. Abbreviated finish to just keep the flight of the ball a little lower than normal.
That's actually, players do it for multiple reasons. One of the things I think what Amardeep could be doing over here is that he's trying to, sort of hit a 3/4 kind of a wedge shot in, and that would help him control the yardage. There could be multiple reasons why players do that these days. Well, clearly not an abbreviated finish there for him. Probably just a feel that he was trying to build on. That one spins back into that swale.
The swing looked a little different, looked a little rushed as compared to, or maybe a little faster.
Amardeep generally is a little bit of a fast swinger. He's always been like that, short backswing, gets through the ball really nicely. He's always been that kind of a player. Although he has made some changes to his golf swing, I think probably that's what he was practicing there before hitting that shot. He's got Rohan Dole Patil playing alongside.
Has been in a little bit of a trough of late. He's not at the best of form, so to speak. So would be a welcome change for him to make the weekend rounds.
Marimuthu now taking up that putt for his birdie on the 8th hole. This is a putt that will take Marimuthu R to a score of 10 under. And that will take him to 10 under par. Marimuthu moving himself to solo on 4th position as of now.
Makes it look so easy. If only it were that easy.
Only if he could sort of, if he could take care of his bad days a little bit, I think he's a really, really good contender on pretty much any golf course you want to make him play on. He just doesn't take care of his bad days very well. Otherwise, he's quite a fierce competitor. Amrit Lal maintaining himself at 13 under, still leading the way here in Jaipur Rambagh Golf Club. Ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are just about joining us, you're watching the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. We are at the Rambagh Golf Club, right in the heart of the Pink City. On our screens right now is Akshay Damale, and people behind those screens right now, I am your host Rahul Bajaj, along with my co-host Shaurya Singh. Principal partner of this week is Rajasthan State Sports Council, associate partner in Aditya Birla Health Insurance, and hospitality partner is Hilton Jaipur. Beautiful weather here this week to be playing this tournament. Good conditions on the golf course, and great putt there by Akshay Damale, coming up slightly short of the hole. A little bit about the PGTI, and the PGTI stands for the Professional Golf Tour of India, a body that is responsible for professional golf tournaments that happen domestically over here. Although players from across the world come around to play and compete at this tour. PGTI goes from city to city promoting golf and golfers across the nation, taking golf global. Tata Steel is one of the title sponsors of the PGT of India. We've also got American Express Athletic Drive, Amritanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, as well as Golf Plus Monthly Incredible India, which also is another one. We have now Rohan Dhole Patil coming up from short of the green, electing to use a wedge, trying to chip that one in, unlike Amardeep Malik, who went with a putter. Amardeep Malik coming up with a pretty decent shot, but that ball spun back a little bit back into that swale. We take a look at Dhole Patil. Dhole, a pretty decent attempt there for his chip in. Probably just went through the break a little bit for him. Nice chip. Shamim Khan making another birdie, moving himself to tie for 10th position at 6 under par. Currently 4 under par for the day. Amardeep Malik, that'll be to clean up his par, but ball will break a little bit from the right to the left for him. Right inside kind of a putt. He drains it comfortably. That'll be a 5 for Amardeep Malik on the par 5, the 18th hole. Amardeep Malik currently at a score of 2 over par for the day and 1 over par for the tournament. Quite not having the week that he would probably look forward to. We'll take a look at Akshay Damale with that superb putt attempt from the back of the green there for Akshay. Appears to be Akshay's birdie putt here on the 18th, which will be his 9th hole of the day. No trouble there for Dhamale, currently playing to even par for the day and even par for the tournament. We take a look at Akshay Sharma, an unlikely chip from his side, coming up short of the green on the eighth hole. So, like he tried to be a little too cute with that. That's the thing with pins which are on the lower side of the green, just a couple of yards in. Players can tend to become too cute with their shots, trying to get that ball too up close and personal. As we take a look at that live leaderboard on the golf course, we can tell you that Abhijit Singh Chadha on our screens right now is at 11 under par, tied alongside his city mate Akshay Sharma, and another Chandigarh lad, Amrit Lal, leads the way. 22-year-old Amrit Lal says a little conversation that he had with Gaganjeet Bhullard a couple of weeks back in his hometown actually gave him a little bit of perspective on short game. Amrit Lal from short of the green seems like he's there in two shots on the eighth hole. Golf course is looking absolutely pretty this week. Amrit Lal would run that by about 3 feet away for birdie. We'll confirm that score as soon as we can. Ajit Singh Chadha coming up from the back there. Chadha have enough pace on that, or really tapers off a little bit early. Also leaves it a tad bit short of the hole. Akshay Sharma electing to use a putter from the front of the green. Needs to make this one in. Otherwise, he will just keep creating gaps. Players need to convert their par fives into birdie holes, especially on a golf course like Jaipur. It's an extremely important thing to do. Amrit Lal taking that form further on the 8th hole. It appears to have made a birdie here on the 8th, the par 5. It's very important for the players to be converting par 5s on this golf course so as to create damage out there, because all the par 5s over here are approachable holes. The players, if they can collect their 4 shots over here, will be helpful. As we get a look in from the clubhouse of this golf course, look at the picturesque conditions over here. We've got that green on the 2nd hole on the left side of our screens as of now, and the bunkers that you see on the right side are the bunkers which protect the 18th green, the par 5.
Hey! Hey, guys! Get the bags! Hurry up!
Come, please sit.
Come, have a seat.
Look!
To Arya, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Wow, we'll all fit? All of us?
Back to all of that action happening on the golf course, we have Dhruv Shoran on our screens right now.
Very nice combination today. Striking colors. Drew at 8 under par. That's Mari Muthu at 10 under par. The leader still is Amrit Lal, but only by a single shot.
Here we have Vijay Kumar, the veteran golfer.
It's really nice to see him make the cut.
Absolutely, what a great personality he is. I've had my chances of interacting with him, and he's such a fine man actually. And you can have some great conversations. He's a very fun person, easygoing, doesn't take too much of stress, and
He's been a brilliant player. Obviously,
he's won an Indian Open as well.
yes.
He's an old timer. He's from the time of Mukesh Kumar.
It's time and tide and wait for no one. Obviously, now it's so much more difficult for him to keep up with the young lads. But he's making the cut. And, in his heyday, he was quite the brilliant ball striker with that loose, languid swing. And what I really liked about him, his approach was a lot like, a little bit like Mari Muthuar. He was, he was one to throw caution to the wind and just sort of fly by the seat of his pants and just take golf head on. Not one to shy away from a challenge. It's really fun to watch.
Kapil Kumar there from Delhi making his way onto the green on the 18th hole. Superb shot from over those trees, giving himself almost a hole high putt. That is the flag which rests in one of the parks right next to the 5th and the 17th holes here in Jaipur. And Harshit Singh Sethi also coming up with a lovely approach shot here on the 18th hole. Sethi, who's currently playing to even par for the tournament. Jaipur city with a lot of history, flanked by a lot of forts. The Hawa Mahal city wall of Jaipur. There is Birla Mandir, there is Albert Hall Museum, Jantar Mantar. There's also Jai Mahal as well as the Amer Fort. As I find out more about the history of Jaipur, Jaipur was founded in 1727 by the Kachwaha Rajput ruler Jai Singh II, ruler of Amer, after whom the city is named. Incidentally, he used to have a summer home and a winter home, and his winter home is what is the Amer Fort, which rests on top of a little hill. And you have his summer home, which was in the middle of the lake, also called as the Lake Palace. Incidentally, UNESCO World Heritage Committee has inscribed Jaipur, the Pink City of India, among its World Heritage Sites. Incidentally, there's some superb food that one can find over here in Jaipur as well, and I have to say it because actually half of the reason that I really like Jaipur is the food. The lal mas, the kachoris and the lassis.
Absolutely. I think that goes without saying. That's same for all of us.
Clearly, my gastronomical hobbies are the ones that half of the times land me into trouble, but nonetheless.
Well, it's all right. Now you can kick back and relax. You're not in the heat of action. We're only calling it out. And for those of us who are just joining the broadcast, I'd like to tell you, you're watching the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank, being played at Rambagh Golf Club. This venue is there in Jaipur, and this week boasts of a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh. And a little bit about the partnership between ABP Network and the Professional Golf Tour of India, going all the way back to last year. This is the second year running, and an interesting fact is it's the first time that you're watching live professional golf in India. courtesy this partnership, which has really helped spread the message of this game far and wide. As we go back to the action here on hole number 18. Leaving it short there. Kapil Kumar there on our screens, playing alongside Harshjeet Singh Sethi and Vijay Kumar. Kapil currently sitting at 2 under par for the day and 2 under par for the tournament. So this group has started on the back nine. So this is their ninth hole. And a little bit about how tee-offs are actually organized and what is the deciding factor and who will tee off from what hole and at what time. So what you have, half the field is split and it tees off from the 10th tee and the other half tees off from the first hole. So the better scores going off the first tee. And the best score tees off at the last, in the last group from the first tee. And the reason why we're teeing off from two tees is so that the golf course can be occupied for fewer hours as compared to teeing off from just a single tee. Very inviting flag here on the 18th. The flag on the left plays a lot easier than the flag on the right. Out of the two, the OB and the water is definitely a lot more in play as compared to the OB. You really have to hit an errant shot for your ball to land up out of bounds. As we have a look at Akshay. He's currently sitting at 11 under par here on the 9th hole. Not the easiest of shots. He seems to have missed it to the right of the screen. It's a good job there, having missed the green and getting it to about 10 feet. Brilliant effort there by Akshay Sharma. Amrit Lal now on your screens. A lot of scoring opportunities on this golf course. Not his best effort. Will have 8 feet coming back with a left-right putt. There you can see the uniquely marked golf ball. Another thing that players like to do is have different marks on their golf ball so that they can distinguish their golf ball from that of their other competitors. As there is a penalty, a two-shot penalty if you were to hit the wrong ball. So it's important that you're able to identify your golf ball and not play that which belongs to a competitor. A look at the live leaderboard here. Amrit still having that one-shot cushion over Abhijit Singh Chadha. Let's see if Abhijit has learned a thing or two of that chip from Amrit. Seems to be online. Decent effort there, should make his par. look at some of the scores, notable scores from today. Ranjit Singh at 1 under par for the tournament, 1 under for the day. Gaurav Pratap Singh, 1 under for the tournament. We have Kapil Kumar, who's 2 under for the day. And towards the top end of the leaderboard, Shamim Khan making a little bit of a charge, 4 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Mithun Pereira, Arjun Sharma with identical scores of 4 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. While we have a look at Akshay, who will have a putt which break to his left. Seems to have underrated it, unfortunately. Didn't borrow enough line there and missing it on the lower side. Abhijit Singh Chadda 3 under for the day and 12 under for the tournament. So still bunched up here in Jaipur. We have 5 players within 3 shots of each other. Yeah, Amrit Lal, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Akshay Sharma, Om Prakash Chauhan and Mari Muthu R. Arjun Sharma, who was having a brilliant run, unfortunately seems to have dropped his shot and moved back to 7 under par. He'd be looking to finish the day at least at 8 under par to be within striking distance. I think anything within 7 or 8 shots of the leader has an out. Anyone within that range has an outside shot at the championship.
The golden sands of the Thar Desert offer a magical experience like no other as you wake up to watch the sunrise here. The nearly 2 lakh square kilometers of desert spread through the western regions of Rajasthan, Gujarat and parts of Punjab defines the region and its people. Looking at this desert, it is hard to imagine that thousands of years ago, this region was a thick forest. Climatic changes over millennia transformed it into a vast desert. To get a sense of how life is here in this sea of sand, head out around 40 kilometers from Jaisalmer city to the Desert National Park that stretches over 3,162 square kilometers. The village of Sam houses tourists who come to explore the desert. The main attractions here are the camel and the jeep safaris. And after the sun sets on the Thar, you can stay in the tents on the dunes and enjoy the tastes, music and art of the region.
Back to the action here after having a look at that wonderful advertisement for the state of Rajasthan. A must visit for any travel buff and especially those looking to play golf on different golf courses. There's so much more than golf to do, but golf is definitely the highlight here. If you do visit Jaipur, definitely play this golf course. And if you're new to the game, you can even head over to the range and just hit a few golf balls. You don't need to venture out on the golf course. As we have a look at Karthik here. Karthik currently at 2 over for the day, 1 under for the tournament. Just about missing that. Difficult putt. Arjun Sharma here. I think a brilliant run so far. 4 under for the day, 7 under overall. Here on the 16th hole. Short par for the 16th. Arjun with what seems to be a birdie putt. I should move him to 5 under for the day. As he would move off into the last 2 holes, par 5s here. The 17th is also a birdieable par 5. A slight dogleg to the right. Most of the medium hitters would be hitting 3-wood into that hole. The longer hitters would be getting an iron onto this green. There you see Maniram and Gaurav Ghai, 2 veterans. Gaurav Ghai has been a legend of Indian golf, a winner of multiple Asian Tour tournaments, and he's quite well known for that historic shot that he pulled off in 1996 at the Western Guardian Masters, which at that point in time was the biggest paycheck to have been won by an Indian professional golfer in 1996. So you can well imagine that he is no stranger to success, and well, that was a harbinger for Indian golf and really got a lot of people excited to enter the fray of professional golf in India. He's gone on from strength to strength, has played on the Asian Tour, also competed on the European Tour, including some big championships, including the Alfred Dunhill Championship. He's also played the Golf World Cup and has had a stellar career, and now a senior on the professional golf tour, also playing a little bit on the senior tours around the world as well. A testament to his longevity is that he's able to compete with players less than half his age. Gaurav currently at level par for the day and 3 under for the tournament. You can see that the wind is billowing and picking up. Makes these last few holes a little more interesting. 17th and 18th. Par fives are there for the taking. 17th obviously playing into the wind would become almost not reachable for the medium length hitters, as it is about 550 odd yards. That's a brilliant putt right there by Maniram. He makes a living off that putter. That would move him to 1 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament. Playing alongside the two veterans is Arjun Bhati, the young lad having just turned pro this year after a stellar amateur and junior career. Him and Adil Bedi are the two standouts who've turned professional recently. Very accomplished junior and amateur careers. Adil already had one on tour, a few years his senior. Arjun would be hoping to emulate the kind of success that Adil was able to taste. Gaurav in deep thought about this line. A very unique putting stance with the left instep almost a little inside. All that preparation didn't go waste and he would make a birdie there. So well done by Gaurav as he would move off to the 17th hole. A par 5 with OB along the right hand side, where the players tend to hit the other fairway, thus making the hole a little longer. Very few players actually try and take the out of bounds on and play in their own fairway. Ravi Kumar. Here at hole number 13. This is a fairly easy par 3, measuring all about 160 yards. Most of the players will be going with an 8 iron. Okay, have a look at Harinder Gupta here. Has been a prodigious putter. Let's see if that trusty putter does the work here.
Ooh, does, and it doesn't.
Unfortunate miss there.
And Gupta going with a new putting setup as well. A lot of changes in his game recently. As we've been seeing, he's been working very hard on all the changes after his shoulder injury. Things are looking up and up for Harinder Gupta. Again, one of those guys who is getting better with age. Things are getting back in shape for the golfer from Chandigarh. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka has moved up to 7 under par now. Indian flag flying high right next to the Jaipur Golf Club in one of the community parks there.
Huan, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
We're back onto the action on the golf course while we take a look at Mohammad Sanju Ajay Besoya walking up onto the green here. Our principal partner of this week is Rajasthan State Sports Council. Associate partner of this week is Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Hospitality partner is Hilton Jaipur. This tournament is powered by AU Small Finance Bank at the Ramba Golf Club in the middle of the Pink City. AU Small Finance Bank Limited is a scheduled commercial bank, a Fortune India 500 company, and the largest small finance bank in the country, starting its journey from the hinterlands of Rajasthan. Today, AU Bank is the largest small finance bank with a deep understanding of the rural and semi-urban markets that has enabled it to build robust business model facilitating inclusive growth. With 27 plus years legacy of being a retail focused and customer centric institution, AU started its banking operations in April 2017, and as on the 30th of June, it has established operations across 953 banking touchpoints while serving 30.7 lakh customers in 20 states and 2 union territories. An employee base of 29,883 employees, the bank has a net worth of 7,789 crore. AU Bank enjoys the trust of marquee investors and is listed at both the leading stock exchanges, that is NSE and BSE. It has consistently maintained a high external credit rating from all major rating agencies like the CRISIL, CARE Ratings, and the India Ratings. So we get back to the action on the golf course. Players trying to drain those under par for the tournament, 5 under par for the day. On the 13th hole, we have Om Prakash Chauhan not making that putt. We'll get to tap that one in. 13th hole is a par 3. Just about a 9-iron for these players, maybe even a pitching wedge for some of them.
I think they'll be looking to birdie this hole, right?
Again, a lot of trees right down at the front of the green, so players cannot really see all of the flag locations clearly from the tee box, but a pretty straightforward hole. And getting close to some of the corner flags can be a tough one over here. With the wind picking up the way it is right now, you are going to see some interesting stuff happening over the course of the next few holes, and you might even see a ton of birdies going up as we are now beginning to approach the par 5 14th and also the 17th and the 18th, the 2 par 5s which come in back to back on this back line.
The wind is picking up. You can see it buffeting against his t-shirt, so it's wind is going to play a factor. The direction of the wind will matter. This whole playing downwind is not that helpful for the players because the par 5 will be playing into wind. So the 14th hole might get out of reach for some of the medium hitters.
Absolutely correct. The 14th hole in headwind will be a difficult one to reach out for a lot of the players, but players like Abhijit Singh Chadha and Mari Muthuwar should not have a problem getting that golf ball up there into. Ajay Besoya having no problems there, and as we can tell from that flag fluttering away with the wind, we can tell that the 14th hole is not playing headwind. In fact, it's playing slight downwind, which makes it even more interesting for all of the players. A lot of players now can get onto that hole in 2 shots, which will make an interesting birdie opportunity, and in fact also could be an eagle opportunity for a lot of them, even though the green is guarded on the front by 2 bunkers right on that front edge. One on the left and one on the right. Mithun Pereira making his way with that golf ball into the hole. Mithun Pereira has also moved into the top 10 at a total score of 4 under par for the day and 7 under par for the tournament. His playing partner Yashash Chandra MS from Mysore. Him is currently at 2 under par for the day, 5 under par for the tournament, at a tie for 15th position. Exciting conditions, exciting field here this week. Gaurav Bhai, the veteran golfer, also at even par for the day, 3 under for the tournament. Rough is quite a bit up this weekend, as you can tell from the conditions over there on the screens. Golf ball will almost be 6 inches deep if you get into the second cut. That is always a challenging place for players to be. We have our live leaderboard here on the 18th green. That is Amrit Lal on top from Chandigarh, followed by Abhijit Singh Chadda at 12 under, just by a shot. The group is now moving on to the 11th hole, which is a par 3. The 11th hole is about a 220-yard par 3, slightly uphill, tabletop-ish kind of a design on the green. There is almost no leeway on this hole. Players have to be really accurate. Missing the green here could almost be very difficult, except for the front edge. Everywhere else is almost looking at a bogey. And in those windy conditions, Abhinav Lohan on the 16th hole, par 3, all of 150 odd yards into the flag. That'll be an awkward bunker shot left there for the lad from Faridabad. Clearly the gusts of wind adding all the toughness and the challenge to the players. Harinder Gupta also making his way into the 6th position. Try other players at 9 under par. Players not really making a move here on that leaderboard, as we can tell. Some of the players, of course, like Om Prakash Chauhan at 4 under par for the day, has moved himself up to 11 under par using that moving day in the correct fashion, and so has Jamal Hussain Molla, 5 under par and moving up to 9 under par for the event. Even all these players like Jamal Hussain at 9 under par are very much in striking distance of the leader, unless and until one of them decides to change gears and starts to fire up some birdies coming up in those last few holes. For all of you who are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Tournament this week is the Jaipur Open, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. We are at the host club is the Ramba Golf Club, right in the heart of the Pink City. Principal partner of this tournament is the Rajasthan State Sports Council. Associate partner is Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Hospitality partner is Hilton Jaipur. The leader of the tournament thus far is Amrit Lal at 13 under par from Chandigarh, followed closely by his city mate Abhijit Singh Chadda at 12 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan, who is trying to make some inroads into that lead, is currently at 11 under par. Taking a look at Sri Lankan Enthanga Raja playing alongside Abhinav Lohan, walking up onto the 16th green. Third player playing with them, Raj Singh Khadka. Raj Singh Khadka currently at a total score of 2 under par, having a day of 2 over par today. One of the toughest holes on this golf course is the 15th hole, a steep dogleg towards the left side of the tee. Players have to hit about a 20-yard shaped shot off the tee box to have a shorter club into that green, upwards of 440 odd yards to that whole location. Fifteenth hole, in fact, is 457 yards, and in these windy conditions, that hole could be one of the toughest holes to be played, with a big draw required on the first shot, and the second shot has a long iron for the players and a length-based green, really not really wide, very very long though, probably panning up about 40 or 45 yards. So backpin position over here could almost be playing like a par 5 for a lot of players. Abhinav Lohan with that awkward stance now into that bunker for that shot in the front left flag position on the 16th hole today. 143-yard par 3, playing today as a 150-yarder. Crosswinds not helping the players, not being able to control that golf ball very well. On the right foot on the top of the bunker. Let's see how well he can get the golf ball as close as possible. Quickly played and executed by Abhinav Lohan. A pretty stellar effort by Lohan. Should have about 6 feet for par now. Lohan currently at a tie for 8th position, playing to 3 under par for the day, but total score of 8 under par. 16th hole, playing straight headwind. Gitraj from about 20 feet away now for his birdie. Giraj Khatka. Birdie, 16th hole. Jaipur greens. It's about 3 feet left for Giraj to save par on this hole. While we look at Abhinav Lohan, who needs to get some work done here from 6 feet away to save his own par. Sandy par, as Shaurya was mentioning earlier, what they really. Shaurya, I think your predictions of about 16 under par might actually be coming true if things go like this. Although I still have faith that we're going to be seeing things. We will have one of these players reaching up to 15 under par today itself, maybe even 16 if Amrit Lal can salvage 3 birdies on the remaining 3 par 5s. We'll take a look at Sri Lankan N. Thangaraja. Might have disturbed him there slightly.
I think the reason for that is the last 2 days get a little difficult, the pin positions and the scoring on the whole tends to slow down a little more, and you not have too many players who've been able to breach the 10 under par mark after 2 days. It's difficult to on the whole they don't improve their performance in the last 2 days if players are playing well compared to how they're shot. So for example, if somebody is 10 under after 2 days, it's rare that he finishes at 21 under par. Normally you tend to run out of steam. And players who do go deep on the last 2 days, brilliant putt right there by Thangaraja, moving to 8 under par. Normally, see a lot of deep rounds on the last 2 days, and those players haven't really fired on the first 2 days. You can see what ferocity the wind is blowing right now. The flag has been blown off, so you can well imagine how difficult it will be for the players now to navigate the last few holes, and that's going to make for some interesting viewing. Coming back to the discussion of the winning scores, it becomes a little more difficult to fire on all 4 days. You're talking about an average score of 5 under or more, which is not easy. Mind you, the world record is at 32 under par for 4-day tournament. So anything beyond 20 is a fantastic performance because you're talking about producing your A game on every day, and that's quite tough to replicate day after day. So I'll be expecting the winning score to be somewhere in the vicinity of 16 to 17 under par. Abhinav Lohan there. The wind is making it difficult for these players to gauge these putts. Contrary to popular belief, the wind does actually play a factor in putting as well. And he's factored that in perfectly, holding that putt on hole number 16 for his birdie and moving up to 9 under par. A lot would depend on the kind of pin positions that we have tomorrow. Amrit Lal has held his own so far. He's at 1 under and 13 under for the tournament. So Om Prakash Chauhan is second now at 11 under par alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda. Akshay Sharma at 9 under for the tournament. And you have Arjun Sharma at 4 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. So there are a lot of pursuers. But still Amrit Lal holding on to that 2-shot lead. Look at Dhruv Sharon here, who's at 8 under for the tournament, leaving that well short. Pushing that a little bit, should be able to make that putt. Well, they're definitely having the day in the sun. No worries of birdies and eagles and pars. Dhruv here. Should be a straightforward putt. We need to ensure that he puts some hit on this one, especially in the windy conditions. It's imperative that don't hit the putts weak, else they could trail off. He has done just that, hit that with authority right into the center of the hole. Anshul Patel not having the best of days, 2 over par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Good putt right there by him. They will move off to the par 5 14th. All these players do possess the firepower to get there in 2. All three in red numbers at 8, 6 and 10 respectively. Back here on hole number 18 with Karan Tonk, who's also made a resurgence of late. Getting back to the topic that I said, that golfers normally play well in stretches. So Karan Tonk is definitely in one of those, I wouldn't really call it a purple patch, but at least he's been able to resurrect his career. Not quite there. He would definitely need to resurrect his fortunes on this hole after that misstep. Very makeable chip shot though. He'll be here in 3 now, so he will be chipping for birdie. Let's see the approach that he takes. Back to the action. Arjun now would be looking to finish on a high. Straightforward chip right here. Running it past about 4 feet. Knowing his proficiency with the putter, should be able to make that. Currently sitting at 7 under par through 15 holes. Karan Tonk, after that subpar effort, let's see if he's able to right the wrong. Very unique chipping method. No hinge whatsoever. Should make his par. Anshul Patel now. My apologies, Karthik Sharma. Karthik Sharma currently at 1 under par for the tournament, 2 over for the day. The 18th hole does present itself as an easy birdie opportunity for a lot of these players. But as they say, you still have to earn them. Let's see if Arjun is able to capitalize on that chip shot. Oh, what an unfortunate miss. Very uncharacteristic of him. Ran out of steam in this round. Was 5 under through 11 holes, but it's not really able to capitalize on that start. So Arjun Sharma would finish the round in all likelihood at 4 under, 7 under total. So still within shouting distance. 6 shots adrift. as Karthik cleans up. As you can see, even though the putt looks like a harmless foot and a half, Arjun's still taking his time to understand the way it'll break. That's so important to get your read right, especially after having erred on the previous putt. You don't want to compound your errors as we go to hole number 16. Our first look at Chirag Kumar. My apologies, that was Divyanshu Bajaj in the group of Divyanshu, Shankar Das and Daksh Shokeen as they walk down the par 316th.
Chadda has dropped one shot on the tough par 3 11th hole as he's now on the 12th green. Dogleg to the right is quite a tough par 4. My apologies, that'll be the 13th hole, the par 3. Although since we're at it, I'll just tell you that the 12th hole is a tough par 4 with again a lot of trees in the fairway. The hole bends towards the right side, almost a good 70-80 degree dogleg towards the right. Players usually hit a 5-iron off the tee to place themselves in a position to get a full shot in, they try to put their ball in a place where they can have a shot over the trees to the green, and that could usually be around 140 to 160 yard shot depending on how far left they have laid up from that tree position. We take a look at our leader, Amrit Lal, 22-year-old golfer from Chandigarh, trying to take his game to the next level, leading a tournament right in his first year on
I
the
think that's
PGT of India.
not too bad of a method to take your game to the next level. Just lead
I'd
the
say
tournament.
it's a dream come true. Sooner the better.
Absolutely, but still a lot of work for him to do. This victory is not going to be easy. Lots of talent here on display this week. The interesting 13th hole. Players probably going with a 9-iron, I reckon.
Most likely it would be a 9-iron, but owing to the headwind, maybe an 8-iron for some as well. Wind straight on in the face on this hole, and going over the trees, of course, elevation is a concern, so players can't even try to hit the ball too low on this tee shot. That'll be an unfortunate miss for Akshay Sharma. Akshay Sharma not having his best showing, currently at 1 over par. You think he's, well, it seems like he's suffering a case of trying too hard.
Yes, that golfers tend to get in their own way, and I think especially on the putting green, I think in ball striking maybe you can still get away with it when you're trying hard and trying to commit to a certain line and hit it close. That can happen, but in putting, you really have to sort of accept your fate, and that's the only way that you can really be comfortable while putting. Otherwise, if you try to force the ball in the hole, it never quite works out. In fact, you end up making 3 putts. So putting is a facet of the game that has to be sort of left to its own devices. Just see the line and hit the putt. It's easier said than done. As they walk off to the 14th hole, the par 5.
This is where the interesting stuff begins. 14th approachable par 5 for all of the players. 15th a tough par 4. I was never a good draw player, so the 15th would always be trouble for me.
What club would you go with? Now the
Usually go with the
tee.
3-wood.
Now the tee has been pushed a fair distance behind, by the way.
Like
about
they
40.
pushed the tee back, and they also pushed the green further back.
Yes,
so now
so
it's
it's
a
a very
almost
difficult
460-yard hole.
Yes, it's a very difficult hole now. I remember the last time I played it was probably a 3-wood, 4 and 5, and it's
Yes,
for a medium.
I think
hitter,
that's
it's a
about
very
correct.
difficult hole now.
Yep.
All
Arjun Bhati
smiles.
seems to be having a good time.
That's what a birdie can do for you. Or was that an eagle?
Well, we'll come to find out very soon.
Maniram doing well to be here in 2.
Is he Mani or is he Money? I think he's.
I think
either
the
way.
way he's been playing, he's definitely Money.
Manira from Karnal plays
Dressed
at
in
the
electric blue.
plays at the police academy there.
The long arm of the law. Let's see if that helps him on this shot.
Arjun Sharma needs to showcase some of his short game skills here, and he does indeed. What a great shot by Maniram, just leaving himself 3-footer to save birdie on the 18th. Great chip there with an open club face. Fan that one open, got that club going under the ball, landing it softly onto the green. Good yardage control showcased by our friend here, Maniram Sharma, playing alongside the veteran golfer Gaurav Ghai, who's found himself in the swale just short off the green.
Gaurav Ghai with a decent effort there as well. Should be able to make birdie if he's there in 2.
Gaurav Ghai with that 3-footer now to save his own.
Opting to keep the flag in seems to be the right choice now. Maniram.
Jaipur Ramba Golf Club is an interesting golf course. Invites a lot of people from across the city to come and participate in the sport. Over the years, has really taken golf to the next level in the city. Really using a short putter there, huh, Ravi Kumar?
Yes, something that we've not quite seen. Reminds me a little bit of how Phil Mickelson used to have that really short putter back in the day.
Oh,
I
really?
don't know if he's still using that
No, I think
blade putter, short putter that he used to use.
I'm not certain. Yeah. I think long time back is what you're talking about. Harinder Gupta not using too much of a shot putter there for himself. Makes his way into the hole, saving his par on the 16th. Players
Yes.
moving now into the
Spider,
pair
this-
of par fives.
Looking resplendent in that dressing combination.
As the day's proceedings move on. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. I'm Rahul, and this is Shaurya, and we are the people who keep talking on your screens.
And if you like what you hear, do let us know. And if you have any suggestions or any comments, you let us know that as well on Facebook, Instagram, and what would you like to see more of, and maybe learn a thing or two about golf. And any suggestions that you have, please bring those by us. We'll be more than
Absolutely.
happy to help.
Absolutely, it'll be great. In fact, we could have a little bit of a conversation with our viewers, and any questions, suggestions, and we could all throw that into the comment section on YouTube. Look at Om Prakash Chauhan. The only conversation he wants to create is birdie conversation.
Yes, with the flagstick. He done decently went there, well there. This is a whole, maybe all of 140 yards to the flagstick.
Yes,
99 for pitching wedge for the
Yeah,
flags.
probably playing today to 150 yards to the flagstick. Pretty much what you said. That's a good look at birdie for Om Prakash Chauhan from what 20 feet, just short of the hole. I think that's probably one of the most primed positions as you get an uphill putt over there. You'll find very less number of players who leave themselves.
I think
over
the
there.
last three holes, you can realistically go 2 under par.
Absolutely.
Birdie 2 of the last 3 holes.
Absolutely. Most of these players will be able to get through the last 3 holes in 2 under par, or maybe even better for some of them.
In VCU, that's a good approach shot there. Into the wind.
Ajay Besoya on our screens now. Ajay Besoya seems to have hit a bit of a tumble down today at 4 over par for the day, starting the day at 7 under for the tournament, now down to 3 under par. That would be a big miss for him. The third playing partner has hit a pretty good shot, just about 10 feet short of the hole. Straight uphill look at birdie. That would be Mohammad Sanju's ball. He hits the ball quite power packed. Gets enough punch into that golf ball that can go through any wind.
Yeah, that's the kind of compression that really comes in handy on days like this when the wind is blowing and the conditions are a little unpredictable. You can stick to your stock shot and sort of, make sure that the wind doesn't quite affect that. Whereas if you don't have that compression rate or that distance, then you are to a certain extent at the mercy of the elements. You have to play according to the wind condition. Whereas otherwise you can even stick to your game plan and sort of still execute shots against the wind. That's an interesting shot though. Shankar Das almost obfuscated by the tree.
That's the 17th hole, that tree which comes just short of the green. That is one of the trees that no player wants to get on the wrong side of. And Shankar, of course, is totally on the wrong side of it.
But he's done well. That's a brilliant shot from there.
Short game prowess is what Shankar is
Fantastic
famous
shot
for.
by him.
Absolutely phenomenal short game player is Shankar. Had to hook that one a little bit to get that onto the green. We'll take a look now at Divyanshu Bajaj, who also has found himself short of the bunker under the tree. Likes a bit of shade, doesn't he?
Could definitely use some. Let's see if he's able to make his birdie here. Brilliant shot.
Great shot there
Should be
by
able to clean up for his
Divyanshu
birdie.
Bajaj. Currently at a total score of 5 under par for the tournament. Giving himself a chance for birdie on the 17th. Playing partner Dak Shokeen coming up from the left side of the green. Usual place for players to miss it over here. Dak Shokeen running that one by quite a bit. Looks like he was coming from the rough, really couldn't get much spin on that golf ball. Also, there's a tad bit of a downhill when you come from that side of the green. So that could have added on to the speed of the ball. Coming up from the kind of rough that we see at Jaipur this week, it's going to be difficult to stop chips for sure. So all of the things not on his side, downwind from the side that he came in from, a little downhill on the green, and thick rough, which of course doesn't allow the players to put spin on the ball. Great putt there with a little bit of that customary body turn by Mohammad Jamal Hussain Molla, making a birdie on the last hole. All smile finish for Jamal.
That would move him to 6 under par at the least, if not more.
And give us a moment or two, and we will know what Jamal has finished his day at. And so far, we know that he's been playing a bogey-free round, and Mithun Pereira also making that putt on the last hole.
So the internationals making a charge today. We're seeing Jamal, Mithun, Thangaraja all playing well today and climbing up into the top 10.
Well, moving day it is, isn't it?
Should make for some interesting viewing tomorrow. Adding to the international flavor, these players.
Jamal and Mithun go a long way. They've played a lot of amateur golf together as well, while Mithun was representing Sri Lanka and Jamal was representing Bangladesh at many international tournaments.
Still doing the same and bringing honor and laurels to their country by performing well here.
Mohammad Sanju with an interesting look at birdie on the 16th hole, just about all of 10 or 12 feet short of the hole. This would probably be the best location to leave yourself, Mohammad Sanju. Give that one a little firm attempt if he likes. And he does. Mohammad Sanju making a birdie on the 16th hole. That would help him to get to 7 under par for the tournament. Currently playing a fairly clean round. 1 birdie and 2 bogeys on his scorecard, and this one will add to the other birdie, making it an even par round so far. We have Ajay Besoya coming up. He's having his own struggles out there in the wind. Seems like it's blowing in the wind.
It's an unfortunate day for Ajay. He could have really capitalized on the first 2 days, but not to be. Oh, look at that putt. He's really started that way outside the hole. That was a miscue to say the least.
Yep, it seemed like it would even break in, but sort of stayed straight.
I think just
after a point.
Coming off the rails now, it's that time of day, already 5 over par. He really needs to hold it together now. You can see Ajay really not able to keep up with the others in the group. OP there, Om Prakash Chauhan doing rather well.
Presenting India's first customizable credit card, AU Bank Lit. Live it today. With Lit Credit Card, you pay for only what you choose, like only paying for the cream of a pastry. With Lit Credit Card, you can switch on your features.
And cancel them when you want.
And you may not get to customize your phone, But you can customize this dream card.
Back here to hole number 18 with Abhinav Lohan. Lohan currently sitting at 8 under par, 3 under for the day. So would want to make birdie here and move to 9 under par. Then he would really have a realistic shot tomorrow. For anything within 5 shots is very manageable on the final day if you are to shoot a good number. Anything beyond that, then you're really expecting the others to falter. Then 4 or 5 shots, if you can shoot the lights out, then to a certain extent you still have your own fate in your hand. Really well done there by Abhinav. Back to the action on hole number 18.
That ball just doesn't seem to stop rolling.
Traversing the entire length, my apologies, the breadth of the green.
Stand corrected.
This would be one of the easier flags in this hole. What do you say? The front left. Not really having to take on the water hazard.
Jamal Hussain Mola today with a bogey-free round of 7 under par to go up to 11 under. Remember how we were
Scintillating
talking about
performance.
this
Yeah.
earlier this morning, that he's going to make a jump on that board, and here he
He's
is.
been doing that, and the way he did it was really under the radar, and just save the best for last. If you can just have a look at his round and get the specifics. So Jamal started with 3 under on the front nine, then birdied 10, 14, 15, and 18. So consistently good, and he's only made 2 bogeys this week so far. So,
Wow.
so you can see the consistency, the level of consistency that he has in his game. That control is going to come in handy. I think he's definitely right there. If not on the driving seat, definitely on the co-passenger seat right now.
That's some terrific stuff by Jamal Hussain Mola, and going by that, I think he is definitely going to be one of the competitors to look out for tomorrow. And I like the kind of way that he sort of paced himself up during this tournament. He's kind of like easing himself into it until he warms up and waits for the moving day to come in. We'll take
Yeah,
a
I
look
think
at
he's-
Giraj Khadka. Moving right to left on the spot. There it is. In
Very
the hole.
good call, Mr. Commentator. Well done.
I saw a couple of others from that side. It's not like I read it correct, by the way. I've just learned from what I've seen.
Are others, while you're playing a round of golf, now this is an interesting rule. I'm pretty certain both of us don't know the answer to this. Are you allowed to watch live golf on your phone while playing a round?
I don't think that's a very good idea.
So what do you think? Is that allowed? I think
No.
think not.
No audio visuals.
That's not allowed.
Yeah, so it's not allowed.
Otherwise, that could really be helpful. Look at the lines beforehand. But yeah, that's obviously down to the category of audio visuals.
I think the only time the players do take out their phones is to call up a referee in case they don't have one in their plain sight. But usually, the golf course on the Professional Golf Tour of India would have enough number of referees that players can call out for.
Definitely no Instagram selfies and post while playing.
Well, preferably not. Got plenty to take
Abhinav
care
Lohan
of.
with a brilliant birdie there.
Players got plenty to take care of on a golf course than to be getting any of that going. Lohan plays right-handed, writes left-handed.
You can see in the foreground, players are waiting to unleash their second shot on this hole. So that should make for some interesting viewing.
And Tangaraja trying to unleash another birdie on the last hole. Currently at a total score of 7 under par.
Oh, not to be.
That's an unfortunate miss. Hitting the 539-yard par 5. And playing downwind, which is always a welcome for a par 5. Hit it high, let it fly.
If only it were that easy.
That's why it's the players who play faster hit it longer, Shoya. I'm sure you don't know what that feels like.
None of those feelings.
Not because
Faster.
you can't hit it long. It's just because you take too much time.
And only somebody told me that.
I think it's all this analysis that you've done over here in the commentary box that you've sort of figured this out. But I really like that observation. I think it's something to really ponder over for anyone who might be listening today. Too much of deliberation, of course, cuts out all the natural instinct that we guys must have. That's Dhruv Shoran doing good with his natural instincts.
Seemed to take off really slow, that putt somehow.
I think that's a complete downhill there on the 16th where he was putting from. Above the hole is, it's basically this whole green is going from the front to the back all the way uphill. That's Anshul Patel.
Straightforward putt there for Anshul.
You think Anshul Patel is matching up his clothing with his golf bag?
Or maybe the
greens? The badging?
Yeah, maybe one of them. But I was going to say the marker there on below our screen which shows you the hole number. The whole 16 is matching with that. His dress is green and black. Camouflaging himself against the background. Now they move off to the par fives. As we see that group walking up to the 18th hole. As Daksh Shokeen, who's laid up there. Shankar Das also has laid up on this hole. Another choice that these players face on their second shot is whether to go for the green or not. And the medium hitters would normally have a 3-wood, so they would definitely choose the side of caution, because going at this green with a 3-wood is probably not the most prudent choice. You only want to attack this green if you have a rescue or lower than that, because accuracy is also required on that second shot. What's your take on that? Or is that a shot that players can actually take on with a 3-wood, or should they just play safe?
Well, I think that'll totally be depending on the kind of position that a player has given himself on that fairway. If the player can hit a nice and easy draw into the hole, I think it's a good idea to go on for it. But if some player, probably the shape of the shot or the kind of location that he has left himself on the fairway doesn't suit his eye, then you should not, because the area of landing is pretty narrow. It's not impossible, but it is slightly narrow. So you don't want to sort of bail out on this shot at all. Although generally speaking, players who place themselves on the center left of the fairway do have a better chance, while we take a look at Daksh Shokeen.
It's not the easiest approach shot either, going over these trees. It's difficult to get this close.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I find it tougher on this hole to sort of lay up at the correct yardage. Lay up way short of the trees to be able to get a shot. Although Daksh has put himself in a pretty decent spot, and there he is.
The trees are causing no trouble for him. Brilliant shot by Daksh.
Absolutely. बहुत ही उम्दा शॉट मारा है दक्ष शौकीन ने. Take a look at the rest of the players.
Daksh at 2 under par for the tournament, almost holding out there.
Great shot there, and he left himself in a pretty good location.
This is going to be a difficult one coming out from the rough.
Yes, this is going to be a tough one because the pin's up the front. The player will not be able to get enough spin on the ball. But Shankar Das, of course, is made of different kind of a metal, and he might actually find himself a way to get it close enough to make his birdie.
The ball would have some release after it pitches. Not his best effort.
That's what happens when you're in the rough. The club seems to get ruffled up in it, and the hosel gets caught, club gets closed, and that's what just happened with him. Ball takes off a little bit left. And trying to control it too much also isn't a great idea from this kind of a location. That'll leave him a tough up and down.
That bunker is going through some repair, so he should be able to get a free drop. hole number 17. That area seems to be seeing some traffic there. Normally, I remember we were trying to stay away from that tree. Tends to gobble up a lot of golf balls, and you never quite have a shot to the flagstick from there. And you see MD Sanju will have his work cut out for par.
And sometimes when you're stuck in these kind of situations, a lot depends on the lie. And sometimes for a player, hitting a shot a little too aggressively to get through that area is actually a pretty good idea, because you want to make sure that you at least get yourself out of that trouble spot. Otherwise, you could end up putting yourself into that bunker, especially that area under the tree is quite dry. It's a little patchy, and you could end up being in a pretty tough lie. There's a lot of craters down there.
Absolutely. Let's see if Ajay Besoya is. We're presuming he might be here in 2. We're not too sure. But either way, this chip shot is rather important for him. He needs to stem the rot. He's having a horrible day out there.
Absolutely, doesn't seem like he's going to stop it.
That's the tone of the day that is continuing. Another subpar chip shot, not his best effort by any stretch of imagination.
Chadda has made a birdie on the 14th hole, now at 12 under par.
The fitness of a player is also tested on these last 2 days. It's not just your golfing ability. You should be able to play all 4 rounds in an even keel. It's easier said than done. Consecutive rounds do wear a player out.
Taking a look at Divyanshu Bajaj. No issues there for Divyanshu, finishing up his round on the 18th hole. Divyanshu currently get a tie for 19th position and a total score of 5 under par. As we take a look at the leaderboard, there is some big change happening over here. Abhijit Singh Chadda leads the way at 12 under par all by himself. Amrit Lal, after dropping 2 shots on the 15th hole, is down to 11 under in a tie with Om Prakash Chauhan and Jamal Hussain Mola. That's an interesting turn of events here at the Rambagh Golf Club. Tak Shakeen for birdie. That's an unfortunate miss for Daksh. He sort of pushed that one out, or maybe got a little bit of a bad read there, but superb shot by him for the 3rd on the 18th. That would have been a good birdie to have made. Shakeen currently at a tie for 30th spot at a total score of 2 under par. So now that's we're looking at an interesting day coming up. Abhinav Lohan also with a bogey-free round of 5 under par today at 10 under par now. So we've got Abhijit Singh Chadda, and we have 5 players following him within a shot of one another. So we have at 11 under par, Jamal Hussain and Om Prakash Chauhan, as well as Amrit Lal. We have Abhinav Lohan and Akshay Sharma at 10 under par. So we'll look forward to having a great day tomorrow.
It's definitely open season as far as this tournament is concerned. You have 15 players within 5 shots. I think that's such a change from the last week.
Absolutely.
Think last week you probably had 1 player within 5 shots, as we have Shankar Das making birdie there.
Shankar Das made a par there, ladies and gentlemen. We are sorry for that information.
Yes, he has made par there. Coming back to the point, you're looking at the scoring this week, and what a departure from the previous week. We had all of 2 players within 10 shots, I think, at one point on the 3rd day in the previous week. Here you have, if you look at 7 shots, you'll have 22 players within 7. So anybody within 7 is in with an outside chance. So maybe shoot a 10 under par tomorrow and buy a ticket to the raffle.
राजस्थान अनूठी कल्पनाओं का वो झरोखा जिसमें है अनेक रूप और अनगिनत मनोरम प्रतिबिंब, जीवनदायी जलाशयों, झीलों और बांधों का राजस्थान, सिहरते रोमांच और नायाब वन्य जीवों का राजस्थान, अभ्यस्त बुनकरों, सधे कारीगरों, चटख रंगों और जीवंत चित्रों का राजस्थान। पधारो मारे देश, पधारो राजस्थान। राजस्थान अनूठी कल्पनाओं का वो झरोखा।
We are back on the 17th hole. We have Marimuthu R from Bangalore playing alongside Anshul Patel, coming up now onto the green. Marimuthu seems to have found the putting surface too. Mari currently at 9 under par, so he also within striking distance for a win this week, and now so has N. Thangaraja, because he's also at 9 under par. That also leaves the door open for him, as it's just 3 shots off the lead. For a golf course like this, players can catch 3 shots pretty easily if they get their flat stick hot.
Yeah, 3 shots is not much of a lead on this golf course. It's definitely going to be a birdie fest, but what we've seen is that the leaders have sort of receded to the mean. We've seen Amrit Lal actually over par and at 11 under par, so he's not leading the tournament now. Abhijit, in fact, the scores have just been updated once again. Abhijit Singh Chadda and Om Prakash Chauhan jointly lead this tournament at 12 under par. Jamal Hussain at 11. Amrit Lal still, at least holding his own, 11 under par, 1 shot behind. Abhinav Lohan joining the party at 10 under par alongside Akshay Sharma. As we have a look at the 17th hole, Anshul Patel seems to be in a spot of bother there. And for those of you who are just joining us right now, I'd like to tell you that you're live at the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament is being played at the Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. The tournament boasts of prize money worth 40 lakh with over 6 lakh going to the winner. And you're watching the Professional Golf Tour of India, the PGTI, live on ABP Network. You can catch this tournament on ABP Network's Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and other social media handles. If you want to get more information on professional golf in India, you should head over to www.pgtofindia.com. You can also go find us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. You can get a treasure trove of information on the PGTI tournament schedules, player statistics, order of merit, how to compete in the qualifying school if you really fancy yourself as a professional golfer. There's so much more. And what's more, you can always head over to the tournaments that do swing by in your city or state. There's no fee to watch professional tournaments. You just need to follow the local COVID guidelines, and then you're all set to go. There was a group of Harinder Gupta, Shivender Singh Sisodia, and Ravi Kumar that we saw on the 18th hole. Ravi Kumar playing his third from the right side of the fairway just came up a little short, as we saw recently. Of course, being in immaculate condition this time. The greens rolling at a decent speed. All in all, very inviting conditions for the players to go low. And this is one of the preferred stops for the players on the tour. They really do enjoy this week.
Abhijit Singh Chadha has now moved up on the lead. These two players, Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadha, really playing one-upmanship, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Up to 13 under par now. Well, Chadha has got the long driving prowess and good ball striking on his side. And so has Om Prakash Chauhan. So interesting last two holes to finish now.
Ravi there with his attempt at birdie should be able to make par.
Harinder Gupta coming up from just short of the green.
Let's see if Pink Panther is able to claw his way into the hole. Oh, just about. Unfortunately, staying one roll short of birdie.
Ravi Kumar with that little par putt left on the last hole. Lots of good rounds out there today.
Good putt there by Ravi. That's a good save by him.
Interesting to see what Abhijit and Om Prakash are going to bring to the table on the last two holes. Om Prakash, of course, just left with one last hole. We'll be looking at him shortly on this 18th. Anshu Bajaj finishing up with a 2 under par on that scorecard with birdies on the 17th and the 18th to finish the day. Bhati finishing with a birdie and an eagle.
That's quite the finish by Arjun Bhati.
Absolutely, this is literally stuff that's
disappeared. Bro, we're going to disappear as well. This place is haunted.
Don't be a chicken, man. Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from?
Delhi.
We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Some great shots coming in on this hole number 18. So we take a look at the next group coming up, which is Ajay Besoya, Mohammad Sanju and Om Prakash Chauhan. 18th hole is a 539-yard hole with the green sort of nestled into a corner back of those trees. The hole tends to taper off as the players get closer to the green.
Sanju should be able to impart some spin on this shot. Look for this to stop quickly after the first bounce. Good shot there by Sanju. All of 15 feet for birdie. Om Prakash Chauhan here in 2.
Om Prakash Chauhan needs to make this up and down. He put himself into a little bit of a spot here. Some of the players also like to bump this up from the front edge. Is that what he's doing? No, he's really taken the aerial route, but he would need to make... That's a little bit past, but I guess coming in from the rough, it is difficult to stop this golf ball around for a front flag.
Back on hole number 18. And the Sanju sitting at 6 under par for the tournament would like to make a move to 7. He was 6 under par through 17 holes. 7, if he can move to 7 under par, still have some hope of trying to mount some sort of challenge tomorrow.
Sanju getting around to have a decent week after a long time at 6 under par for the tournament. This will help him gain a little bit of confidence. In fact, for most of these players who are bringing up good scoring this week, it will help them as the tour moves into bigger prize purse events starting just in a week's time. And while since I've just mentioned that, let me just run everyone through what is the action which is lined up for all of our viewers going into the next couple of weeks. From the 27th to the 30th September, the tour moves to Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2022 presented by DLF Golf and Country Club in Gurugram. This is for a prize purse of 1 crore. We see that Om Prakash Chauhan has elected to use a wedge, trying to probably chip this one in instead of going with a putter. An aggressive approach coming from OP. He's given himself a chance to save par from what, 4 feet off. After Gurugram, the tour moves to the Panchkula Golf Club for a prize purse of 50 lakhs, and then to G. Milkha Singh Invitational for 1.5 CR prize purse. These are all back-to-back tournaments, 5 weeks in a row for the players, and to the Pune Open Golf Championship, thereafter to the MP Cup, and which will be in, the venue is yet to be announced. We've got tournaments in Hyderabad, Big Boy in Assam. We have in Telangana at the Ooty Golf County. This will be an inaugural event for a prize purse of 1 crore. Another tournament the last week of November. Still awaiting confirmation of the venue name. SSP Chaurasia Invitational, which is for a prize purse of 1 crore. And this would be the last tournament that decides the top 60 players of the PGTI Order of Merit, who then move to Calcutta, to Jamshedpur, my apologies, to the Golmuri and Beldi golf courses for the Tata Steel Tour Championship for a prize purse of 3 crore. The Tour Championship is a no-cut event, so every player that plays over there does get a paycheck, but at the same time, it is
Handsome
on the
paycheck
same.
at that.
Yeah, and it is still at a slab system though, so of course the first gets the most and the last makes the least. That is the breakup of the money that will be happening.
But still, the last gets a sizable amount given the prize fund that's there that week. So.
Absolutely, but of course, this is a tournament where players can try to be more aggressive than they are through the rest of the year, as there is no cut line, and they could really try to go out and play all guns blazing.
How many of these tour championships have you played?
About 7 of them.
They're good fun events, huh?
Absolutely. In fact, they're not only good fun, they're great competition. The venues are superb. The tournament has a great feeling to it. There are also a lot of the top international Indian names that come into play the tournament, like the Lahiris and the Sharmas and Arjun Atwal, G. Milkha Singh. All of these players also come together into this tournament. So, it makes a great field of players. And sometimes there are also a lot of international names that come into participation.
I think I played the inaugural one back in, 2010, 8 or something at Delhi Golf Club. It was a lot of fun. I remember playing 4 days and very enjoyable experience. No cut was a different feeling altogether. Like, all right, this is a strange feeling. You start feeling happy on the first day itself. You can just go out and play your game. You don't really need to worry about the cut. And that's a battle that a lot of the middle level players face, to be honest. Maybe not the top champions, but as we've seen this week, even the champion was facing the cut issue. So the cut actually does sort of hang over everybody's head like the sword of Damocles, but you might not think about it. But still, if you don't quite play well the first 2 days, you will have to sit out for the remainder of the week.
Well, Ajay Besoya rightly scratching his head over there, almost undoing all of the good that he did on the first 2 days.
He's definitely had a head scratcher today. Not the kind of round I was expecting from him.
Om Prakash Chauhan making a par there on the last hole. He will stick around at 12 under par to be at second position while we await Abhijit Singh Chadda, Amrit Lal and Akshay Sharma. Mohammad Sanju to finish up his campaign on the penultimate day of the tournament.
Well done there.
Great gentlemen, all 3 of them to play with. In fact, I've played some tournaments with all of them. All of them cool campaigners. OP, of course, a superb gentleman. So is Mohammad Sanju, a good friend of mine. Always nice to meet these people and also play with them. They're just they're great competitors. They sort of don't have too much of stress going on, and They take it easy. Of course, they're focused on their game, but at the same time, they're always there with a smile and have a pleasant conversation with you during the round. That's what makes it all more fun, right? This positive competition.
Absolutely. I think that brings out the best out of everyone.
Great angle there. As we can now look at Mari Muthu and Dhruv Shoran coming into the 18th green. These two players waiting for the green to be cleared so that they can attack it into. Dhruv Shoran today had a score of 1 under par and a total score of 8 under, while Mari Muthu is at a tie for 7th position at a score of 9 under par. I think the number of under pars that Mari Muthu shoots should actually be interesting to see some statistics of Mari, because I think he might be one of the highest birdie makers on the tour. Just because of his style of playing, I would say.
But I think we saw that the highest birdie maker was
Manu Gandas it is, but I think Mari Muthu would still be up there in terms of the numbers.
But I think this is not proportional, right? This is overall. So also depends on the number of tournaments that you have played. So I think the average birdies per round would be something of more interest.
Right. You have a point there, like always, sir.
Look at that ball there on hole number 18. Seems to have missed it to the left. That's the first time we've seen anybody visiting trouble, and the bird is right there for him.
Well,
maybe that's a good omen. Might that be a birdie?
Well, as long as he can get a birdie from there, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Veering off to the left.
Players, of course, do not want to miss that ball onto the left of this green. It is trouble area. The only place to miss on this hole is short of the ball.
Dhruv Sharon walking rather gingerly there. I think it's the 18th hole, or is...
No, I think he's a little perplexed whether his ball is in play or not.
Exactly. There's definitely more to it than meets the eye.
Clearly, Dhruv has learned that his ball is inbounds. It is definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place, but it's not out of bounds. Mari Muthu also walking up to the green. I think that is his ball on the front edge, which will give him a chance to even make an eagle, perhaps.
There you have the scorer carrying the scorecard. Very important job indeed to appraise all the viewers and visitors of the score. I think this kind of marquee used to be a badge of honor for the final two groups. Having your score on the leaderboard used to be a different kind of feeling. I've only experienced it a few times, but it has been fun indeed. Sometimes the scorer used to lead me on the previous hole.
No, absolutely. Back in the day, this was a charming feeling to have. Leading a tournament, or you're within the last two groups playing, you'd have a leaderboard hanging around with you. Gone are the days. Memories remain.
Isn't that a Metallica song? The memories remain.
Oh, is it?
Yes, I think so. Yes, it is. Passion fades, but the memory remains. That's a song. Obviously, that's what
Mari Muthu and Anshul Patel have both made it to the front edge of the green. And seems like Dhruv Shoran will have to navigate through a little bit of trouble before he makes his way onto the dance floor.
Back here on the 18th, while we exchange some friendly banter.
Just wait up for Dhruv Shoran. On the 18th, this week's tournament has brought the PGTI and its golfers to Jaipur, the Pink City. A quick roundup. We're at the Rambagh Golf Club in the Pink City, right in the heart of town. The tournament is the Jaipur Open 2022, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. The principal partner of this tournament is Rajasthan State Sports Council. Associate partner is Aditya Birla Health Insurance, and hospitality partner is Hilton Group. That on our screens is Dhruv Shoran from Gurugram, about to take his shot. He's found himself in a decent spot after that miss, because clearly he didn't see himself making it inbounds. Not very happy with that attempt of his, so he'll move on. Should have a decent chance to save his par after that complete miscue from the fairway. Must still be a relief when you're thinking that the ball might have reached out of bounds, to find it inbound and still be able to give yourself a chance to save par.
That's the kind of surprise that a professional golfer is looking for. I think one of those moments when you sort of hit the ball, have an errant tee shot and you're sort of waiting with anxious, bated breath, and the ball spotter tells you the ball is okay. That's a lot of relief, because it's just 2 shots and a reload. So I think that is one rule that I find really penalizing.
Anshul Patel with a great shot there. Beautiful action from that bunker. Really clean.
Loose, languid, not hurried, and it came out came up with a little bit of roll as well. And
I found it nice
soft.
and crisp action. Ball had enough elevation to stop it from...
and not excessive spin also. It was
Yes.
more of a soft shot. I think he's definitely practiced this a lot.
Brilliant shot there by Anshul Patel. That would give him the most realistic opportunity to have his birdie.
I think all these players are averaging well over 300 yards off the tee. All the newer breed of golfers, even Dhruv, all of these players fly the ball about 290 in the air. It's a different game now, is it? Very few medium hitters. Everybody almost above the range of 280 carry. They've been able to utilize technology, but also their fitness.
Mari Muthu coming up. Does he make? Oh,
Brilliant birdie and brilliant reaction by us in unison. The excitement is perceptible. Great birdie by Mari Muthu. Now we'll only have the leader group coming in, I believe. Brilliant putt there. Making the most of a bad situation and taking opportunities with open hands. Cleaning up for his birdie, Anshul Patel. Never move him to 7 under par. Making way for the final group of the day, the leader group. The leader group comprising of Abhijit Singh Chadda, Akshay Sharma and Amrit Lal. Right there, going for the green. Akshay Sharma wasting no time. Brilliant camera work. Seems to have hit the bullseye. What a fantastic shot right there. Brilliant. That's the best we've seen all week. All of 12 to about 15 feet for eagle. Fell down on the green like a butterfly with sore legs. Beautiful. Seems that Abhijit Chadda has unleashed a monstrous drive. Maybe if that's his drive, I don't think I've seen anyone down there. That's about 360 yards at least from the tee. Would be going with the 6-iron. Going full throttle on this final hole as we look at the leaderboard. I think he'll have to because the chasing pack is unrelenting.
Chadda has been knocking on the door quite often. So, is it going to be his week or not? We will find out tomorrow. While we also have people chasing him within a shot. Mari Muthuar has also finished his campaign on the penultimate day at 11 under. So there's a lot of players within 3 shots of the lead. In fact, we've got 7 players in all from 13 under to 10 under par, which is going to leave us with some interesting action come tomorrow, which will be the final day of the Jaipur Open 2022.
It seems like the tournament might still be won at 20 under par. Depends on what Om Prakash Chauhan, Abhijit Chadda can do tomorrow. But I think realistically the number looks to be somewhere in the vicinity of 16 to 17 under par, depending on what Abhijit can do tomorrow. It's just showing you, this tournament shows you the depth of the field on the Professional Golf Tour of India. The scoring is impeccable. Currently we have 39 players who are under par. So just showing you the standard of golf. And maybe if you roll back the years and look at a decade ago, you maybe might not have more than 7 or 8 players under par after 4 days on a golf course like Jaipur. So the standard is obviously going through the roof. You're seeing youngsters being churned out from the Q school year after year. Even a youngster like Amrit Lal, first year on tour, is contending and at 10 under par. These kind of things were not common a decade or so ago, but the game has changed. Technology, with the influx of technology and other aids, players have become better. They're taking it more seriously, and I think the most important part is that parents do accept this as a viable career option, and that's why you're seeing a lot more youngsters, a lot more talented youngsters come to the fore, because they are they are able to see what their other illustrious seniors are doing, and they are able to make a living and make a lot of money. So this is something that motivates the young guns to enter this and roll the dice, so as to speak, when they see the likes of Anirban Lahiri, Shubhankar Sharma, who've apart from being just brilliant sportsmen, are, in all fairness, maybe millionaires by now. So, not to say that they're doing it for the money, but, that's also required in life. So, it's a good career option if you can peak at the right time and perform at a high level. And Amrit definitely has performed at a high level, just all of 22 years old.
Absolutely, things have changed hugely. And I think the biggest change that has come in is, of course, the advent of technology and the way people have started perceiving other forms of professions. One of the other things, that I think this whole thing has started from a couple of years ago when people started making their own companies and, coming up with their own startups. And, that became very encouraging for people to think of newer things to do. And then suddenly we had more and more professionals starting their own practice with things. And I think that is the reason that why sports has now become, something of an option for people to pursue. I remember back in the day when we guys were in school, it used to be quite questionable. In fact, some of the people really couldn't fathom it if you were spending the entire time practicing
Absolutely.
and trying
I
to
think
pursue this as a profession.
and you can't make light of that. I think that's a big factor as well. Acceptance from society and near and dear ones of pursuing this sort of an unorthodox career, because that is still, sports was not a mainstream career. Now, thanks to a lot of the initiatives by the government and society at large, you're seeing a lot of good players come out, and that's yielding great results. Whether you look at the Olympics, the Commonwealth Games, there's just a lot of talent in our wonderful country. And the good thing is that sports now does seem like a avenue that can be pursued.
Abhijit Singh Chadda taking what is a preferred lie, it seems, for his golf ball, giving himself a right spot, maybe give himself a chance to stop the ball in this front flag location. Amrit Lal, who seems to have found a little bit of struggle on this hole, making his way up to the green now. Chadda has placed himself very carefully on the front part to give himself a shot at birdie. Windy day here in Jaipur, but that'll be a little bit too aggressive. That'll still have him for about 12 feet or so for birdie coming back into the hole. Just need to get that putter going on that one. You're at the Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. City sides, what a beautiful city this is to be in. A lot of history behind it. All the pink city. The old city still, all the buildings over there are pink in color. Around the city palace. Amrit Lal now coming up from slightly back of the green.
Seems to have had a difficult hold, some troubles here. He's here in 4.
A bit of challenge here and there. It's just a part of the game. He also made a errant bogey on number 17th, the par 5. Of course, these are just the kind of things that one doesn't want to do coming up into
I
the
think
end.
that's the kind of experience he'll take away this week. Will be invaluable. He's held his own. He's not capitulated. 2 overs seems like a very bad round, but to be honest, it's somewhere around level par. Not that bad. He can shoot a 3 or 4 under par, and then again finish in the top 5. So.
As you get
What
that
a
one
brilliant
into the
putt
hole.
right there.
Great
So that
putt.
should be a bogey according to our calculations. We'll soon have a confirmation of the same. All in all, a decent outing. Not the one that he would have hoped to have, but he'll live to fight another day. So let's see tomorrow what he can produce. Some low numbers all on the leaderboard today. Jamal Hussain, obviously the pick from all the players today. 7 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan, a 5 under par. So quite a few low numbers today.
Abhijit Singh Chadda now for birdie on the 18th hole to take his total up to 14 under par and extend his lead to 2 shots.
He would need to make that putt. After seeing Akshay there, that brilliant shot. Akshay, if he makes that putt, would move to 11 under par. So it's like a game of musical chairs. Opting to keep the flag in. Something that we've seen a lot of players are doing now. Should break a little from his left, I assume.
That putt's going to break a little bit from the right to the left as we've seen earlier. It's not going to have much of a break though. Does he have it? Does he have it? Does he have it? And he does. And Abhijit Singh Chadda will take his lead to 2 shots over Om Prakash Chauhan, currently leading the tournament at 14 under par with a superb round of 5 under on this moving day.
It's a good effort by Abhijit.
Superb stuff there, Chadda. Getting some work done with that flat stick. Been waiting for it to get heated up.
Putts dropping right at the culmination of the round. It's never too late. Let's see if Akshay can follow suit. Will that be an eagle? Oh. That shot deserved an eagle. But birdie nevertheless will move him to 10 under par. That's not too bad.
Absolutely. Akshay Sharma finished his round at even par for the day. To
4
be
shots
at,
behind. It's not too bad. He's in with a shot.
Absolutely.
With a shot.
Yep. I think anyone within 3 to 4 shots of the lead right now has a good shot at this title. Players can try to get really aggressive on this back nine especially and get 3 or 4 under par done right there. Ladies and gentlemen.
So there you have it. I hope you enjoyed our coverage of the third day's play.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would like to request you all to please leave some comments into the YouTube chat box so that we can create a conversation which is two-way between us as well as our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow for the final day of the coverage for the Jaipur Open. We are signing off now from the ABP Live studios and the Ramba Golf Club. And we will be back tomorrow with the live action of the 4th day. This is the Jaipur Open 2022. You have just watched the third round coverage presented by Rajasthan Tourism, powered by AU Small Finance Bank at Jaipur City. We hope to see you all tomorrow morning. I am your host Rahul Bajaj along with my co-host Shaurya Singh, signing off for the day.
कैंटीन में